Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? All right. So we continue with our SurrealDB journey, and uh, before we get back to the topic, the time before usually people are joining the stream, we will actually do one extra thing on the side. Let me just log in because the of course, new version of SurrealDB was released, beta 3 this time. So we're gonna try to upgrade, see if we get any errors, and maybe this will solve some issues with connections. I didn't see any of that in the release notes, but we're gonna check it out. So let me just log into where I have to log in, and I'll show it to you in a second. Okie dokie. So let's get to our SurrealDB streaming, okay? It's currently running, and when we look at the thing, we are using beta 2. So now we should have available beta 3. So we just do that, and we update the stack, and that should load everything up. In the meantime, we can check it out, what the release notes are. So do we have something like releases? Yes. So this was released, it shows yesterday, and looks like we actually added features. First of all, introduce save point capabilities. So I'm not sure about that one. What's this about? In some situations, an insert statement can be retired. If the insert involves two different unique indexes, and the second index fails due to unicity, the first index is not reverted to its previous state. Oh, interesting. So we're gonna do this and do that, and insert into, and insert. Index A has been modified, as no unicity has been violated. V rejects the update due to unicity, as expected, but the error is caught and the transaction is committed, including the update on index A. I mean, okay, introduce save point capability so that it's possible to revert a sequence of operations without canceling the current transaction. Not sure what that means exactly, but I'm sure we're gonna learn soon enough. I'm not worrying about that particular thing, to be honest. Experimental version clause to info for DB and info for table. So the version clause was being introduced over time to show, to be able to see the state of the database at some specific point in time. And now it looks like we can look at the schema of a database and a table itself at some point in time as well, which is very interesting. And additional chain methods for number values. This is actually a really good one. Very useful. We can just do number.abs or, your cosine, ceiling, floor, logarithms, and angles and whatnot. It's been included right now. Just whatever number, dot something. It's awesome. And then we have bug fixes, untrusted query object evaluation, RPC. Interesting. What is this about? During the sign in and sign up operations tour. Okay, so there was some kind of there was a high risk what do you call it? Security issue. Code fixed those. That's awesome. Improved Math means to support returning floats, improve namespace database validation for GraphQL, ensure timeout clauses are processed correctly, fix importing from 1.x, and deprecated missing format reference on RPC protocol. Ooh. Deprecated missing format. Support for no protocol will be removed in v2.0. Oh, that will be useful tomorrow when we'll be continuing our work on making the working on the driver for NIM. So that's good to know. Okay. Ensures that the proper format defaults to revision will be big in our binary code. Client connects without specifying desired format. Okay, that's great. That means we'll probably get a warning, which is kind of interesting. So what else do we have? It was that, and workflow improvement improved the logic of migrating IDs in SurrealFix. Okay, great. So this is what we just deployed, right? Looks like it's deployed. When we go into the logs, we still get the OpenTelemetry errors, unfortunately. I wonder if that was the thing slowing down something. I don't know, because it shows like it's like every minute or something. That's unfortunate. It just generates lots of logs that are not unnecessary, but I don't think that will be a big issue. It's not stopping us from working on it, right? So let me just log out of here, wherever that is. Okay. And we can move on to the actual topic. So last stream, we were working on basically being able for Astro to upload things to our database every time it builds. And we actually wrote some code that pushes topics, posts, and series to the database. I wonder if we actually did the series. Let's check it out. Okay. So, Control Plus in here. Okay. So I already created a new folder for Stream 9. And we can look at what we're starting with today. So we started writing this function, update content, that receives topics, posts, and series from Astro, okay? And returns Boolean if it succeeded or did not succeed to, do things. So what are we doing here? So first of all, we started, basic stubs for validation of topics. Basically here we're just verifying that all the UIDs are correct and whatnot, and then we start updating. Okay, so what we're doing here is basically generating the random ID for the update, so that everything in this transaction can update the ID of each item that we're updating, and therefore we'll be able to detect if the after we do the updates, we can detect if there are any topics, for example, that don't have that update ID set. That means that we didn't receive them from Astro and we still have them in the database, so they need to be marked as deleted. So we literally set deleted to the specified time, and we're doing the same thing for the posts. Posts just have a lot more to write here. And additionally, we're actually doing the same with relationships from posts to topics, where those relationships also get invalidated, probably in a later step. Yeah. So we basically, for each post that we received, we update or create all the relations. And then we detect if we have something deleted, and then we detect if we have any posts. Okay, the tag deleted post is about topic relations. All right, and in that case, we just mark those relations as deleted. And what happens if we mark a post as deleted? That doesn't invalidate its relations right now. We'll need to investigate that, all right? Let's just add a to-do here. To-do. Check if invalidating a post, if deleting a post needs to update those relations, all right? And then we have, for the series, similar thing, where we just update the series. But we still need to take care of the rest of the relations, okay? Because series, if we will look here, series also has is about relations to topics. So we need to update those. And then additionally, we need to update series contains post, because we might decide, you know what, the series has a new item here, or maybe has something else. Right now, the only information that we're saving about series is name, description, the slug, and making sure delete is set to none, and the last update ID. So we're not really, we just have this box. We don't have the relations defined yet. And I think those relations will need to be defined also on the Astro end. That's where we don't have it yet either. So that's what we're gonna do. And Taras is asking, are you early? And no, I'm just starting as usual, 9:12. I mean 9, 9 p.m. of my time. So that's normal time. Unless time has changed somewhere that I'm not aware of. I know, was there a time change? Yes, then you're early. How are you doing? Ooh, it's hot here today. Okay, so let's maybe take care of is about. All right. First of all, we need to make sure that the series actually has the is about, the possibility of is about. So, do we? Let's actually check it here. All right. So we can basically copy paste from what we did with post, because there's not much else, to be honest. So I'm gonna copy this for updating, okay? Because here, for each post, we're doing stuff. We upsert all this stuff, and then for each topic ID string inside post.topic IDs, we do the stuff. So let's copy and paste it into our series, and we're just gonna update it, all right? So in our series, topic ID string, that makes sense. We'll also link them when uploading to the database. We'll link them by just the IDs, but instead of post, we will have the S for series, right? So it'll be S, topic IDs, all right? And topic ID, because topic ID string, we just get this. There we go, to which topic. And then we check for an existing relation, okay? Tara says, doing good. That's good to hear. One more day and weekend, right? Existing relation. Select value ID. From is about, where ID is post, and out is topic ID. So in won't be post ID. In will be series ID, okay? That's the difference. And we're asking just for one. That's specific from here to here, all right? And if it doesn't exist, relate. So we do series ID is about topic ID, and we just set the last update ID for, as you know, on that property. So that would be good. But additionally, if we're setting like this, we can't just settle on just that. We also need to update deleted add is none, okay? Because notice that when we update the post. Oh, do we need to do that though? When we create a new post, we set it to none, which is kind of default. But I would do that here as well. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep it like that too. We're gonna set it to none. But in a situation that existed already, in case it already existed, what are we doing here? If topic ID exists. Wait, if it doesn't exist, create it. And that should take care of the, you know, all the assertions should run and make sure that it's possible to create it. Otherwise, if it's not, then make sure that the topic ID exists. And throw invalid topic. Not sure why we're checking that here, but that's strange. Update existing relation, last update. And we also should update the deleted at to be none because we still have that relation. It could have been set to deleted. So we need to make sure that it's not deleted anymore. So we need to do exactly the same thing in here. Okay. And we need semicolons that I'm gonna plop here. And the same thing here. Okay. There we go. So this way we make sure that we reset the deleted at, and we won't be stuck with it always being deleted. So that's that part. And then beyond just detecting deleted series, we also need to make sure that we delete the actual relations that were, you know, not updated. So detect deleted series is about topic relations. So series topic relations to delete, and last update is this, and deleted that. Oh, look at that. This doesn't even check if it's from the topic, from the series or topic or whatnot. Ha! So we can have just this one and it'll be fine. Very interesting. So that means something is about to topic relations. This will mark all of them. Yeah. So if we have all of them, that means we don't need to run this query here. Just like that. We just need to make sure that this updates only posts, which it does, and this updates only series, which it does. So that's great. Taras, have you ever played Satisfactory? All right. Good. So we got that part. So now let's just make sure that the topic IDs exists on the series in the first place. Okay. So we can get to our front-end code, our Astro code, and make sure. I made a lot of changes here, but mostly they don't matter. What matters is that we can just go straight up to series collection and we'll have everything about series here. So looks like we already have topic IDs. Okay, great. So we have them. Do we send them? Because that's the question. Series collection. So we go to DB sync. And where do we prepare? We have post data, series data. Okay, we're sending topic IDs already, so that's great. And we already are sending post IDs as well. Okay, so looks like we're good. Let me just inspect the the only one series that we have right now. SurrealDB basics. And okay, we have topic ID set and post ID set as well. Yeah, we just weren't saving it in a database because it's saved as a link. So that's great. Tara says, no, I haven't played. What is that? I was searching for different kinds of MOBAs and I found Racing MOBA and Tower Defense MOBA, which is interesting. Wait, Racing and Tower Defense at the same time? Satisfactory is a fun factory building game. They just released, I think, 2 days ago or something like that. Finally got to 1.0. You build factories, you know, and it's fun. It's addictive and it's awesome. I've been a big fan of the game for years, and it's awesome to see them finally get to the proper release 1.0 and to see it having healthy, strong community. What the heck? Yeah, it's fun. You can do small and big things, and the game is absolutely massive. And it's even multiplayer. Yep, you can play with friends. I don't know up to how many people, but maybe one day I'll have a chance to play with somebody. But yeah, I 100% recommend the game. It's awesome. And I'm still waiting for the Factorio 2.0. Just can't wait. Alrighty. So we got the topic IDs and post IDs. So this code should, in theory, work. So let's grab it all. Let's open up our Surrealist and hope that everything works. Connection fail. Oh no. We can update the Surrealist and maybe that's gonna fix something. Streaming DB. Oh, now it's connected. Let me just make it full screen and a little bit larger so that we can see something. Our tables are empty. Did it just delete all our data? No, designer is still here. Explorer, okay, that I just needed to refresh. No comments. There are our posts, and you can see that we have the old post as well. So maybe after we make the connections today, we're gonna also try to make a little automatically running thingy that will just wipe everything. So why not? Although probably you won't be able to do it in development database, so maybe not. Because it depends on where you can reach your database from. So we have post interactions. These are all the test ones, right? No, this is actually generated automatically. Everything's 0 for all our 7 public posts. Because remember, post interactions, they ignore everything that was marked as deleted or everything that was marked as not draft. So this is public data. All the posts here, it's 13 of them because a bunch of them are just testing mermaid diagrams and they are marked as drafts, so they will be ignored. And all these are ignored because, you know, they're deleted. We have our series, one signal series, right? Great. And we have topic, a bunch of topics. Here's the one that we actually deleted. It's still in a database. So if we would bring it back with the same ID, right, then it would just undelete itself, update everything, and all the relations pointing at it would still exist. So that's great. And we have our is about from all the posts to all the topics. So now if we're gonna paste our new function, run it. Okay, there were no syntax errors, hopefully. If I'm going to go to here, I'm gonna do the thing where first of all I'm forcing it to clear the cache, and I have extra code that will basically say, oh, sorry, content is missing, not even uploading it to the database. All right. Just added that for safety, and now we're just gonna run it, and it should upload the content. There we go. Connected, uploading. Oh, we've got errors. Cannot execute statement using value none. Okay, that's what we got from the database. So where do we send a value none? Using value none. I wonder if it's our delete. Let's inspect our schema. In theory, it should be ignored. So first thing that I'm thinking about none is today we added that we are setting deleted at to none, right? In here, and we updated to also happen here. So if we're gonna go to isAbout, and in isAbout we have deleted, which is an option. Okay, default value is none, so in theory we don't have to worry about it. But there should be no problem in setting it to none. What else would be set to none? Okay, we're starting debugging early on. Let me just send a message to my wife to make sure that the AC is on because it's really hot here. Okay, so let's try this. What I'm gonna do is, if this for some reason actually makes a difference, I'm just gonna cut out those deleted at. You can always undo this change, and this way we'll make sure that, you know, this isn't the problem. So run the query. Now we filed those. Deleted at, okay, and let's try to rerun it. Something tells me it will still have the none, right? Yeah. Okay, so at least that's not a problem. That actually makes me happy, because that would be a very weird problem to have. So where else could we have none? Because notice that we are not getting anything else from the database right now. Just cannot execute statement using value none. Topic IDs are set, so we don't have a situation where there's absolutely nothing, unless it's complaining about something like this, having absolutely no topics. I wonder if that's the case, but that would be kind of strange. So let's do it that way, maybe. Because for all the topics, if we scroll up, we see that, for example, we have mermaid sequence, and topics is set to an empty array. So I wonder if that's the case, but I think we were doing that before and that didn't cause any problems. Do we have any other value somewhere that could be something unpleasant? I am not sure. Sarah says, I'm watching you on AR glasses, the X-Real, while doing dishes. Oh, that's actually fun. What are those glasses? Let's check them out. It's real AR glasses. All right. Okay, I see. Huh. So I guess you can place the YouTube screen somewhere, right? somewhere in the world, or does it stay just in the corner of the glasses? Because AR suggests that it stays. So that thing. Do we have an example of what it looks like? They're just showing a bunch of 3D stuff. Okay, so you can place a window with the thing that you want. Okay, exactly. Yep, that's how I imagined it. Cool. That's very cool. Can watch glasses inside your glasses. All right. So now you just need to, yeah, you can change transparency. Yeah, that's a useful thing to be able to change. Okay, I see. Awesome. Um, hmm. So let's make a test. I'm just gonna look through the Surreal code to figure out where would be the step where we'll be confused about something being, null. Or maybe we should inspect the whole thing first. Let's just see, because what if I'm going to just go ahead and totally ignore the whole series stuff, okay? I'm just gonna comment it out. I'm gonna copy everything and plop it here. I just want to make sure that this is, which is it regarding, topics or posts. So maybe we're gonna comment this out and comment this out. All right, and we're gonna focus only on the topics. So this way we can quickly stop just walking in the dark, right? So this is apparently updated, right? Took it 2 milliseconds. And we can try to push code again. Now this one. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Okay. Database update result true. So that worked. Okay. In that case, if we'll look into, for example, here, we can see that if I'm gonna go to something like topics, refresh, last update ID is some 40C5. Okay. Well, if I go to posts, we have different update ID. That means that all those were updated, basically, all the topics. So that's great. That worked. Nothing got deleted. So now let's uncomment the posts. All right. Let's make sure that this is still working. Okay. And we're gonna go here, stop the server, and restart it. Okay, that works as well. Great. That means our problem is with the series somehow. So we have only one series. Where is it? Series. There we go. Only this one. We have ID, name, description, slug, topic IDs, and post IDs. So all that looks good. So if I'm going to uncomment this part, let's take a closer look at that. All right. So we go through S and series. That's fine. We generate the series ID. And we try to update it. We take the name, description, slug, and update ID. And we can probably just plop them side by side to make sure that we're not missing anything. Name, yep, description slug, name description slug, and topic IDs and post IDs, they need to be sent, they need to form their relations. And in here, if I'm gonna take a look, I'm just making sure we have IDs, name, description, slug. And the ID was already used in here. Great. And topic IDs, and post IDs. Doesn't look like we have any typos here. So in theory, this should work. So if I'm gonna comment this one out, just a comment for updating the relations, something that we haven't had yet. And the same thing here. In theory, it should just work, no problem, because that's what we had last time, as far as I remember. I just remember I needed to remove $1 to make sure everything works. But, it worked. So let's try to restart it. Yeah, updated, no problem. Okay. So now we're gonna uncomment this and just query to upload it, and just double make sure. Yep, that's it. And start it again. Okay, so this is where we got an error. Somewhere inside this code. So let me just get to the proper one. Somewhere inside this chunk, we are getting an error. Topic IDs. Wait a moment. Topic underscore IDs. That's probably it. Because look, here we have topic IDs. When we go to posts, we do topic underscore IDs. That's what it is. We haven't updated that part. Topic underscore IDs and post underscore IDs. All right. So right now we were just, my front-end code makes sure that if there's nothing, it's just an empty array. So it would send an empty array to the database, and this would work. But if it's not an empty array, then it's gonna complain here in a little bit non-descriptive way. So we either make it more resilient here by, okay, if this is not defined, just make it into, we could make something probably like this. Or we can probably do this, right? I guess we could do that. And maybe that will just be enough to work with it. So that's that. And we would probably need the same thing here. Because the other thing will be to send a message to the front end, but just by failing. But that means we need to add here to the verification. I think we're going to do it anyway, because that seems a bit more reasonable. Like, hey, use the missing data. If we get something empty, instead of just assuming that we should delete everything, at least we're just gonna say, hey, looks like you forgot some kind of data. At least tell us explicitly that this should be empty array, not just nothing. I think that will be safer if the database would be, as strict as possible and ensure that you actually send correct data. So if I'm gonna have it done this way, now we should have no problems with pushing data. I hope. So we go here and we start again. Okay, that has been updated. We sent everything. That means that in our database, wait, I was already here. When we go to Explorer and we go to series, right? There's nothing crazy here. But I can look at the relations, and we have is about this topic, which is SurrealDB. That's a topic. Great. That's awesome. So yeah, that's the thing. We basically have all those. So if that's the case, we have to just add the code that deletes all the relationships or marks them as deleted afterwards. And I think this code will be somewhat safe. So let's just add it here. Make sure that we have it. And simply run it. Make sure we don't get any errors either. Oh, cannot execute update statement using value none. So we're not getting good results. Let me just make sure that I updated. Yeah, that's the good one. So we got none somewhere here as well. And what is that? Let's series topic. Oh, see, I didn't set the proper thing. So I call it series topic relations. So let's just call it about topic relations to delete, because nowhere here we're specifying that they are specifically about posts or specifically about a series. And now we have the same thing on both ends, so that should work. Let's run again, and it should succeed. There we go. Great. So that's the case. We need to start testing, but before we start testing, I actually want to make this part not necessary, because I really want to just be a little bit more sure about checking if the data I'm sending is correct. Okay. So when we're validating, we're going through all the topics, posts, and series. So in posts, I want to specify that we allow for an empty list of topics in a post and in a series, but we don't allow for it to be unspecified as none. Just send an empty array, right? So for each post, if basically if not post dot topic IDs, okay, if it's not specified, so it's null or none, I believe. So basically, if it's not, then we need to say topics for a post must be specified. Must be an array. Post post ID, and we just add the post ID, right? Just in a message like, okay, we found one that doesn't have that. Here's its ID so that we at least can find it. All right, so that's that, and that'll be it for the post. For the series, will be something very similar, but instead of post, it will be series. Topics for a series. And this will be CS. Okay. And additionally, we need to remember the semicolons. They're really, really important. Without that, things will go crashing. And also, we're gonna verify that we're gonna send the post IDs as well. So posts for a series must be an array. And that's it. Because we could have the same problem when specifying the posts that are inside a series. And again, we want to allow for a series with an empty list. And that's it. Okay, that's great. So let me push that, and we'll see if we're gonna get that error now. We'll see what was the top. It should be a series. That should be a problem. It should have been a problem. Okay. So we're going to update it, right? When we're going to run it now, it should be fine because we fixed the error on the front end. Oh. An error occurred. Topics for a post must be an array. And post ID this. So let's search for that ID. And here we specify that, well, there are no topics. But I thought I made topics an empty array by default. So let's take a peek. If we're gonna go to, and that would be for a post ID. Oh. Okay. Post collection. Topics. Well, I have that the default value should be set to this. Interesting. So that's topics. And how do we map them inside posts? Post. And we've got the topic IDs. Let's take that and map it. So it should be an array, because if it wouldn't be array, this wouldn't go, right? And we also should have that in the list here. And the topic was this thing, 7720. 7720. Topics. Oh. Wait, I literally say it topics? Oh, we're reviewing the wrong thing. So I'm printing posts. Somewhere here. Where am I printing them from? All that are valid. Connecting to DB. Posts. Posts. And I print the posts that are, yeah, let's do post data. Okay, this is what we're actually sending to the database. Because it seems as if we might be sending an empty array, but maybe Surreal is interpreting an empty array as something false. Again, 7720. Okay. We've got topic IDs and it's an empty array. Okay, so we've got an empty array. It just seems like Surreal is considering that to be empty. So let's try query. Return. Method says, yeah, anything empty is not truthy. Okay, I see. So, not this, right? If I'm gonna do that, it's gonna say true, because this was false, so it's true. All right, I see. So I would basically need to check types as array or something. And method says none, null, empty array, empty string, 0, etc. are not truthy. All right. That's probably very handy. Okay. And the double, of course, will just say false because it's not truth, right? There we go. Just inverted not. So in our case, we take a peek at the documentation and see if we can find something that checks if something is an array. SurrealDB, SurrealQL. Wait a moment. I'm in a weird places for docs. What's going on? SurrealQL. There we go. And we want to do functions. There were type functions, right? Type. This is converting, but we have is array. Checks if a given value is of type array. So let's do this. Is array. Get true. Okay. There we go. So that's all we need. We just need to check if it's not an array. And then throw an error. And how are you doing, Mithridates, by the way? It's glad to see you here. This one is this one. So basically, if not post the topic IDs is array. And same thing here. There we go. This should fix our problem for sure this time. And therefore, if I'm gonna try to push everything there again, database accepted it. But the moment I'm gonna set something by mistake, like let's say for the posts, instead of calling it topic IDs, I just had it topic IDs. It should show up as empty, and therefore it should say false because it's not a, should complain because at that point it's not an array. I just hope this is gonna actually push it. Yeah, there we go. Topics for post must be an array. And there we go. Awesome. So I'm glad to see that works. So this will be our first commit today. Make sure, whatever. Update all is about relations, handle empty arrays, and no arrays. I know it's a little bit vague, but if you're watching the stream, that probably is what led you to the repository, and therefore you know what it's about. Okay. It says, good, doing some chores at the moment to ensure that 1.x and 2.x people can both use the docs without surprises. That sounds like a really difficult task, to be honest. Supporting multiple versions of things in one wiki it's not easy. Especially that it might make some things a little bit more wordy because you need to explain, oh, and 1.x works like that, but in 2.x works like that. And then in that version, it works a different way. So at some point, you'll need to go with Unreal Engine version of it. Method says, kind of does weird things to the eyes for sure. Adding tables with tabs and things. The PR looks perfect until you look at it second time. Yep, next time you look, it's like, oh, you know what? Yeah. I kind of like the switch of 1.x and whatnot. I know it simplifies things, but so many libraries just have just different things because the thing is that at some point it will start becoming really difficult to maintain those multiple versions because now we have 2.x. But the thing is that the moment you release 2.x, at some point something will change in 2.1 or something. And I don't know how many breaking changes will start happening, and you will need to probably switch to separate from 1.x, separate for 2.0, separate for 2. Something. And I know that's how I can imagine doing. If you would go, for example, to Unreal Engine docs, I mean, we can't compare much because Unreal Engine is just absolutely massive. But you can see that you have each version has its own docs. Here is just several last versions, but still, they don't do the minor versions because that doesn't make sense. They actually guarantee not to change any APIs. But, you know, it's so much easier that, okay, we had that version. If somebody is still using it, they'll just use it. But yeah, I know that you're trying to ease people in. And Methodist says, yeah, for that, the best is just to add version tabs for everything that gets added, which is what Rust does. Imagine it looks scary. Yeah, the docs are lacking a little bit. Let's see, working with audio, and we have all this of mixing and modulation. There's just so much. it opens up forever. But yeah, with tabs, it will work to some extent, depending on how many versions we'll be supporting on the docs. Well, the maintaining is like, okay, let's copy the old version to the new version. I think the Godot does the same thing. We go to Godot engine.org and we'll have docs. They have also versions, which version. And it's literally just the way it works is that the docs have their own branch on GitHub and that just gets deployed. And therefore, if you absolutely have to do some retro whatever to modify docs on older branch, you just do that. You can, you know, merge in some sets of changes here and there and whatnot. But yeah, I can see benefits and bad things for both of those. And I think if we'll go to, for example, Astro, I don't know how they manage that. If we'll go to their docs, documentation. We have that, and do we have some kind of switcher for the version? We go to components. No, we don't get anything. Interesting. They might be doing the version thing? Because their versions just change like every few weeks or something. I'm not sure now. Huh. I'm surprised that they don't have that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. They might not be caring about old versions, to be honest. They just move too fast forward. Yeah. I know the Vue.js, I think, has the versions because it's rather important. But they might be just having, you know, go to docs. Just give me the docs, please. Okay, we're here, and there was a switch somewhere too, at some point. They might not be even doing tags, huh? Now I'm just realizing that I saw those tags somewhere here and there, but where I'm looking at those, it's just not there. Interesting. Huh. Because I know that you can change to the 1.x, I mean to 2.0 or something. I just can't find it now. Things are changing so fast everywhere. Huh. Oh well, let's get back on topic. I'm just kind of scattered now. All right, so we did that. Now, what I want to do is before we handle the posts that belong to a series, I want to just make sure that our topics always get updated. Okay? Because let's imagine a situation where, for example, we have some kind of topic 1, topic 2, right? And we have a series. And is it number 5? Yeah. And we have this and that. And these are all is about. Okay? Let's imagine that we have this situation. And suddenly, during an update, this series got deleted on the Astro end by accident or by not by accident, doesn't matter. It got deleted. And that means that we're just slapping on a label on it. Is deleted. Okay? We're just slapping on a label and call it a day. So that's great. But that means that also those two should be marked as deleted. I mean, the thing is that when this eventually gets actually deleted, these will get deleted as well automatically, so that's not an issue. But the issue is that if the topic wants to query stuff, it needs to reach out through about and through series to get how many maybe things mention it. Well, I would like to have this is deleted on the is about relation itself, because we already have it that, maybe there was an update where this still exists, but it's not about this topic anymore. So we just slap on label on this. So we already have that functionality, so we should keep it consistent that whenever this is not valid anymore, it has the is deleted on it. So the moment this gets deleted, this needs to show up on both of those, okay? And I wonder if that would cause the topic to also at some point show up like that. I don't know. That's an interesting thought, but we're not going that far. Just to make sure that those are. So let's look at our code and see how that would happen. And we'll make a simulated example of that. So, we have our topic validation and whatnot. Then we do our update our topics. Then we do update our, what do you call it? Under other posts. And then we got our stuff. So with the topics themselves, when we delete a topic and mark it as deleted, it won't be on Astro anymore. Therefore, if we would try to push the code that points at it, Astro would complain, but we should also complain on our end here. So that's an interesting one. All right. Okay, I'm starting to get some ideas. So if we're going to post, we create a post and we basically have the situation where we either create, when we go through the relations that is about relations that were specified in the post. That means they exist on Astro. That's why we either create it or update it and make sure that it's not marked as deleted. This way we're either undelete something or, create a new one. And then we're doing exactly the same thing. When a post was deleted, we just mark it as deleted, nothing else. Nothing crazy is going on here. And then we have the same thing for series, where we just only create or update as not deleted. Okay? So at the end, we're going through all the relations that basically are what do we do? Where they weren't updated. Okay, the last update ID is not now. And they are not deleted. Okay, so all those undeleted, all those that were not deleted yet and didn't get updated this time, they all get marked as, oh, sorry, you're deleted. But I think we should add to that pool. Because, yeah, this is basically it. This is basically it. We marked this as deleted, and none of those got updated. Or do they? Let me think. Because when we're sending it, yeah, we didn't send this from Astro, right? And that's the only reason it didn't get updated. So it got marked as deleted automatically. And because of that, those is about relations, they also didn't get updated. And that means they're also automatically will be marked as deleted. Okay, this is fun. Huh. I did not expect it to happen like that. Huh. Great. I mean, that's great. That means it already takes care of itself. But now I'm thinking about other situations. Because when we create something, we should also make sure that whatever we're creating relationship with isn't marked as deleted. So if we will go into our schema, right here, we can look at is about. Right now, when we create it, the in and out aren't really set here. But in theory, nothing would stop us from sending bad data from the front end that maybe this series, right? That this series is about some topic. While the topic wasn't sent anymore, right? That's why it's invalid data. And maybe it existed before, right? So in theory, creating it would be possible because, hey, even though we have the whole enforced, the record actually exists. So we would, wow, this really good attached. What the hell? So we would either really need to add some extra safety checks to the is about to make sure that you can't create that relation on something that is marked as deleted, which kind of makes sense. Or we just scan if our input data actually makes sense. And if there's a situation where, oh, sorry, this thing shouldn't be created, we just throw an error. But the thing is that we won't know about this is deleted and is not deleted and all that stuff until we actually already go through all of them. So it's not something we can fully verify. So that means that for each series, we need to go and check for each topic if it's in the input data and all that stuff. So that's what frontend is kind of already doing, but it's not doing it here. So that kind of sucks. So the other option would be to do something where after we already send everything, mark everything as deleted and whatnot, right? We can go over all the relationships and find the ones that point from to, or the other way around, something where one or both ends are deleted while the relationship itself isn't deleted. And this will signify that, hey, we have wrong data, right? Something went really wrong. And this will give us one extra change to abort the transaction. I think we're going to do that. That makes the most sense to me, at least. So in here, we could basically say at the end, detect invalid relations. Something that points from invalid relations. Relations not marked as deleted, but pointing to, or like from /to a deleted record. Okay. This signifies invalid input data. Okay. And we can just do that here. So we can start with basically, what do we start with here? Is about relations, because that's what we have implemented so far. So basically, let's say that let and let's do is about relations. Let's call them invalid is about relations. And that will be, we'll just do our select, right? So just like before, we select something from is about where where it's not deleted, and and the deleted at or out deleted at. So we basically need to put parentheses around this one, okay? So would that would mean that the relationship itself needs to be deleted, can't be deleted, while any of those is deleted. That means that, you know, it didn't get properly deleted. So we select value ID. So it'll be the ID of the relation. I would actually take the end.id as n_id. Comma. So this won't be value. This will be both, actually. This comma out.id as out ID. Okay. Now, if we have more than one, right? If we found more than one, so invalid is about relations detected, and we just, I guess we could nicely format it. I'm just not sure how to do that to find out which relations are failing. Oh, Mithridates is something interesting for you to realize about Unreal Engine that just blew my mind. Because Unreal Engine is a game engine, like used for movies and stuff, and you know, a bunch of things. So of course it's complex, right? But when you look at the code, it's surprising how modular it is. Different parts that, you know, new features and whatnot, they're released as separate modules that you can often enable as plugins inside the engine itself. I wonder if I can just take a peek at the source code for you. Let's wait for the software to turn on. Okay, we've got some stuff here. That's great. Let's just get rid of that. And this little thing is a game. And then you have the engine. Okay? It shows numbers of projects and everything. Projects as separate C++ projects. And that's what it says. One pattern I really like in software is the actor pattern. Okay. So when we go to plugins, we get 1,216 plugins. If you go to editor, you have 56 plugins. And if one of them is, for example, Asset Manager Editor, that has one project, which is a bunch of private stuff, like, yeah, that's just one plugin, right? And then, of course, you have header files. So that's fun. And that's just one project out of 1216. That's how many parts of functionality for an Unreal Engine are just as a plugin. And then the whole source that's less modular, yet still modular, is another 649 projects. I really wonder how many files that is. Can I get to like a location? Open in Explore. Oh, we've got an engine, right? And we have all the source code here for the engine. Right click properties. Does it include like binaries? Yeah, and builds. Yeah. Source. Yeah, let's just count the stuff in the source, and that's it. Yep, feels like a similar pattern. Little things in their own space, of which each one is incredibly simple. Yeah, you have engine, or whatever, you can basically create plugins. Plugins are you can make out of modules, and you can also write modules that are not plugins, that are just straight in the engine. So source file, there are nearly 60,000 source code files. Right now it's 4 gigabytes of source code. The thing is that here plugins can contain some kind of you know, we have Unreal Engine build tool. Okay, there's like way more here. What the heck? Editor, developer. Jeez, Louise, this is not even structured like the plugin, like the normal stuff is. This is crazy. Okay, only 6,800 files here in the editor. Yeah, I do not comprehend that, but it's just, you know, just the fact that we have 1,216 projects. Sorry, plus 649, plus 8 for platforms. Just nuts. Just nuts. I really don't know how that chaos is being maintained, being, you know, harnessed, because the thing is that you have this massive project with so many files, with so many separate plugins. If you make changes somewhere, how many things can break? Yet they are moving forward so fast. Like, it's extremely fast. The whole progress of the Unreal Engine is moving so much forward, and then you compare it to Unity, something that's way smaller, and they are having hard time to make things not break themselves on their own without even, you know, click new project. Oh, half the stuff doesn't work already. Crazy. And Taras says, you want to hear the next iteration of my crazy SQL idea? Go for it. And Mithridates, oh, just notice the shirt. Oh yeah, the shirt. Yep. Ignacio was kind enough to send it to me. Ignacio? I think that was him. I don't remember the name exactly. Tara says his idea for create SQL idea is to make my own SQL dialect that would still be mostly SQL-like, but would offer capabilities on par with regular programming languages, Kotlin and Dart. Then I want to develop a system of packages similar to Maven, Pub, and PM that will allow to share code of my SQL dialect. Then I want to develop database that could be used on client and server. On server, the database should be able to replace whole server, so you don't need another language except MySQL dialect. On client, I want to offer a UI framework that you would not need any other language to build a client app, so that at the end of the day, you could build full-scale solution only using SQL dialect. That is a crazy idea. That sounds like something that would take years to do if you want to actually make it usable. And sounds like something that most people wouldn't want to use. Yep. But hey, if you feel like it, go for it. But you might be better off starting with SurrealDB because it already has lots of programming concepts in it. And it's open source, so you can fork it. Alrighty. Where were we? Okay, so detect those relationships that are bad and just throw an error if we found them that way. This way we're gonna cancel the transaction and nothing's gonna change. But I was thinking, can we, because right now I just stringified and vad is about relations. That might be enough. Let's just run the code the way it is. I wonder if we're gonna get any weird errors. So put in here and let's run our code here. I mean, it shouldn't throw that error. Okay, it accepted everything. Everything's fine. So that's good. So what if I'm gonna make one sneaky change? I'm gonna randomly mark something before this gets executed. Just, we're gonna get rid of it in the code eventually. I just want to grab, sure, let's say that post. This post, we're gonna scramble. So let's do debug. Warn. Oh, because we're in Surrealist. Sorry. Warn. Okay, just to do. That's what I have callers for. Make hard coded change to test invalid data detection. Or do we make the data actually invalid on Astro end? Yeah, we could do that. Can we even do that? Let me think, because my head is starting to like, what the hell's going on? We didn't get anything here, right? The moment we don't have this series, if the series gets deleted on Astro, we don't send it. And the topic, I don't think we can even send the data. Because how on earth would we have a situation where this and that happens while this doesn't get updated? I can't imagine a situation like that, but I'm just gonna run the hard-coded thing. Because I think we have it strict enough. So let's say that update post like this. We just need to split those here. Okay. Set deleted at time now. All right, so that post will be marked as deleted, even though it points at things, right? Oh, it doesn't point at anything. Sorry. We need to grab a different post because this one simply wouldn't matter. Nobody cares about that post. This one, all right? This one has 3 topics. So I'm gonna plop this here and let's copy it. And let's send it to the database with that ugly hard-coded thing. And now, I'm gonna restart it. Everything should go fine, but at the last step with that extra change, there we go. An error occurred. Invalid is about relationships detected. We have this from post to topic. And then we have another one from that post to another topic, and a third one from that post to the topic. Great. Okay, so this is readable enough. Okay, there we go. And we received it here again because we printed twice for some reason. Okay. All right, so this works. That makes me happy. We, just in case, are able to detect invalid data, and therefore we won't be able to update stuff until it actually gets fixed. So that makes me very happy. And all the relations will take care of themselves. Great. Do we have any changes to commit here? Yeah, basically detect invalid input data. Sure, at the end of the thing. So we can push that part. Great. So I guess we can move on to the last part, which is handling the posts for the thing. And hello, Callum. Hey there. What you're making? What is it you're making? I'm working on first of all, working with SurrealDB, which is a very interesting database. Okay, SurrealDB.com. You can look it up. There's a link in the description. But basically, it's multi-model. So we have SQL-like things, and we have relations, and also a little bit of user stuff. And I'm building out this specific thing. Again, link to GitHub with everything is in the description. And right now what I'm doing is I have a front-end website in Astro. It's the, where is it? The xconti.tech, right? It's just my website. And I'm basically making it that whenever a website is being built as a static page, it automatically uploads all the topics, as in tags, all the posts and series and some other features that I'm working on to that database. So then, basically, when that happens, right, the topics, series, and posts, they are all up to date whenever I push the code, which is extracted from Markdown and everything. Just my code is the source of truth. And then things that users interact with, which is being able to leave comments and leave likes to posts. That just gets, has something to reference to. All right. So we did take care of series is about topic and post is about topic. And now we just need to do series contains a post. And that will be the last thing to do. And Colin says, that's really cool. The automatic part is what really is interesting to me. Yeah, that's the fun part. So as a quick refresher, in Astro, on the front end, I'm using the Astro framework. Where I have, let's say, blog posts are written like this. We have the content. It's a MDX file, markdown with some extra stuff. But we have all the data defined like this, right? We have the ID, which is unique for each post, the slug, how to present it, the author, which for now is not the format I wanted yet. When it was published, maybe things like title and other topics. What topics are defined again, just like that. Here's a topic about Astro.js. So we've got all those files, and they're just used to build a static page, which is fine. But then I also have an extra special thing that after all the data is loaded, what I'm doing here is I'm validating all the data, get the loaded data that Astro loaded, make some verify that context is all fine, that we don't have any duplicates and other stuff. And then I'm generating versions like lists that will be sent to the database of all the data. Like topic IDs, some, resolve some issues and whatnot, and series and everything. And then I straight up connect to the database and sign in and just straight up Where is it? There we go. I send a SurrealQL, so basically send a query to database including all that data, and then the database does updating of everything on its own in a single transaction. So if anything anywhere goes wrong, it automatically gets reverted, and this will fail, and the website will not build. And therefore, this is the code that basically takes it all in. It's a function in the database, something like a stored procedure. You can consider it if you're familiar with SQL. It takes those 3 arrays of objects as an input, and what? It just validates the topics if we have proper IDs. There's not a lot here. Same thing with posts and with series. Just makes sure that, you know, the related topics are an array and all that stuff, and just to give a simple error when something readable as an error when something is wrong with the data. And then what we do basically for each topic, we basically insert or update the topic with the data, and the same with posts and same with series. The only thing is that before we send those updates, we generate a random ID for kind of idea of the update. Okay, so whenever we execute that function, generate some random ID, and for each topic and everything that we update, we also update the latest update ID to that ID, so that then after we went through all the topics, we can see, hey, are there any topics in a database that didn't get that update ID updated? If yes, that means that these topics were sent previously, but they are not present in the files on Astro side. Therefore, we mark them as deleted. We do the same thing with posts. The only thing that posts, we also create additional relations, which is straight up those arrows, like is about from the post is about topic. You can consider them being separate objects. And we do the same. Create our update if they exist or not. Then potential delete posts. We do the same thing for series with the is about. And at the end, we just make sure that we mark everything, all the relationships this is about, as deleted as well if they're not anymore there. And I just finish adding some extra code that makes sure that if we still have some weird data that's like, you know, it shouldn't really be possible to happen, but if it is, just throw an error, point where that data is invalid, and this way you can handle it whenever necessary. So now what I will be doing is I'll be making the series contains post, which will be mostly copy paste, right? Because we already have here a bit of code that the series is about something else. So I can just straight up copy this part, this for loop, and we'll do for, not topic ID string, this will be the post ID string. So in the series dot post IDs. Oh, and that database, by the way, the dot is the equivalent of join. It's just you do like stuff like normal programming, which is a little bit more pleasant. And instead of the topic ID, we'll have the post ID. So this will be table post and post ID string. Okay, so for each post ID, we first check if we have existing relation. And it's not as about, it's the contains, okay? Do we have that defined here? Contains. Yeah, we have in series out post enforced, and we also have an index that makes sure that the combination of in and out is unique, so we don't have two same relations pointing from the same post to the same from the same series to the same post, so we don't have any duplicates. So basically contains, it's funny because contains seems to be keyword here. That's very interesting. So from the contains table, where in is the series ID, so basically relation from series ID to the post ID, okay? So we just grab one, And basically, if there is no such relation, we need to create it. So series ID contains the post ID. And we just set the latest update so that it's set there and deleted at none. While if there already was that relation, we just make sure if stuff exists somehow. I'm not sure what this is about, to be honest. Invalid post ID. It's strange. And then update the existing relation where we set the update and we make sure that deleted as is none, so that if that relation existed but was deleted before, we are straight up undeleting it. Okay, that's it. And therefore, we just need to make sure that the detect deleted series contains post relations, because this is the only reason here, for the only instance where a series can contain post. We don't have the is about that can be from series or post to a topic. So this is a little bit simpler. We can just have it once. So instead of about topic relations, so it'll be the contains relations to delete. Okay, so we select value ID from contains where last update is not the one that it's supposed to be. And yeah, if basically those relationships weren't updated, that means they don't exist there, so we mark them as deleted. Great. So that's that. And we can add a similar thing here where we are basically want to verify that invalid contains relations. Select in and out from contains where in and out are not valid. Great. We kind of could make a list of multiple things, but then we wouldn't be able to nicely say which kind of relation that is. Although, as we'll be making more and more of those, maybe it will be worthwhile to just make it one thing. Because the thing is that the from, we can just give it a list. I don't remember now. Let's just leave it the way it is. Contains relations detected, and it will be this one here. Yeah, let's just keep it like that, simple. So it's about relations and contains relations, and that should be it. That should be all our code changes required to make sure that we have the contains in there. So let's put that into our database and see what happens. Okay, we're going to the Astro and let's build a project and see what happens. Connected. Okay, database is now up to date. So the difference that we should see is that in Explorer, when we go to contains, we have those three elements, right? Because we have one series, right, that has three contains relations and one is about. So our series and markdown looks just like, we don't have it anywhere here. Oh yeah, there's our series. Okay. We have one topic and those three relations to those three posts. So what if we're gonna remove the post, this one? Which post is this? Is the creating quasar framework with TypeScript, okay? So this one, I'm just gonna delete it, okay? I'm gonna straight up clear cache. And then I'm gonna rerun it. Should rebuild the cache and load everything up. Okay? Bam. So if I'm gonna get back to the database, to the contains, refresh it. Oh, we cannot delete stuff because we don't have that table defined here. Duh. That's kind of dumb on my end. So let's go to is about, and we need to basically add the last update ID and deleted that to our contains. Okay, because remember, we have it defined as schema full, therefore we can't add any additional properties. They will be just straight up ignored, and everything is default as none, so it basically assumed that, okay, it's not deleted and whatnot. Okay, so deleted at, yep, the relation was marked, so I have it generic enough. I don't have to specify anything. Yep, there we go. So let's define those two fields on that table. That says, I found one guy in Twitch who streams writing linters for SQL. Like more than one linter? Gosh, I would not enjoy writing a linter. Holy moly. Okay, let's do that. And now when we run the code again, okay, it should process a little bit more appropriately. There we go. So let's check our Explorer again, refresh here. Still nothing. Contains just doesn't get updated, huh? Our series is fine, right? Has the relations. Oh, not is about, contains. I'm making so many dumb mistakes. Sorry about that. Contains. Need to specify proper table. Oh, lint rules. Oh, interesting. So writing lint rules for SQL. Just as, I guess there's a project, a linter for SQL to make sure you have good practice and stuff. Okay, I see. I'm glad somebody does that. Because I for sure am happy when editor tells me that, hey, you're trying to do something bad. So that's great. Okay, now it got failed. Found none for field last update ID with record, but expected UID. Okay, so failed to update the database. Interesting. So, wait a moment. Because now we don't have anything set for the last ID, and therefore when we're trying to get it, something freaks out. So let's see. Come on, where is it? Here. So we added this part where we want to first we check the relation. So querying it should be fine, right? If I would query some specific thing, it will be fine. Right? Existing relation. And then we want to update it where we set the update ID and we set this. So this is creating a new relation. But what about updating? Because do we have that cannot update, or what was the error? Failed to update database, okay? So when we set the update, we want to set it here and set that here. So that shouldn't be a problem either. Oh, I see. The problem is the other way around, where we had the thing the tag deleted series contains post relations. So we find the ones to delete, and then we want to update the deleted at, but it complains that, oh, I can't do that because the last update ID doesn't exist. So this is simply because we haven't updated our data, so we can just update ourselves. So update contains set, and this was basically, what was it? Last update ID. Last update ID to be something, right? We had code generated the ID here somewhere. There we go. Let's just copy this whole thing. All right. This will be our update ID, and there we go. We update all of them to the same one. And deleted at to be set to none, just so that we have everything set. So I run the query, updated all three of them. So if I will go to the database here, I refresh, it's here. It's all good. So now I should be finally able to run this code. Come on. Hopefully now it works. Okay. It passed through it. Database got updated. I refresh. And we got that single one deleted at that time. Great. Okay. All right. It works. That says there's a big project linter for SQL. The streamer contributes rules. Okay. They know so much about SQL. They recommended DuckDB. Also, someone else recommended substitution for Githia. Forjo? What a funny name. Yeah, I heard about DuckDB. I haven't heard about Forjo. There are just so many databases coming out, so many different just use cases. I just never really got into a single one other than SurrealDB because of SQL. I just never learned it, therefore I never liked it. And that's literally it. If I would learn it, I would probably like it. Although I like this more right now, because I can do half programming inside the database while still looks like database code. And that just makes me happy. Okay. Great. And it's readable. That's the part. It's readable. Not like SQL, which for me is mostly non-readable. Okay, so we've got the relations. Everything gets updated. Everything gets validated. Yeah, that's awesome. So now I'm thinking that there's one extra thing to worry about. Because, can I just paste this? No, I can't. Let's just make a new little thingy here. I will call it deleted at. Okay. Let's imagine a situation where we have a post that got deleted. Okay. So it was marked as deleted at. That means that we have somebody that learned date. They have learned date for that post. They have somebody authored that thing. So maybe I don't think we'll be deprecating that. Then we have liked. Another thing that links directly to that post. It doesn't link anywhere here. From here, it will just disappear. And then we have a situation where we also have the post pointing at it. Okay, the post property, which I guess I would need to do like this. And that would be the thingy here. Okay, because this property also points at the post. So many things that would need to be hidden automatically. So the question is, how do we do that? Because one option would be like, okay, so we put deleted at for liked, for learned date, and for authored, right? And for the comment, because the thing is that we don't want the user to be able to see their comment that they don't have anymore, or see the like for the comments that they kind of don't have anymore. Huh. But the comment still needs to stay approved while it can be undeleted. Gosh, there's just so much. And Tara says, do you want to hear about high level of procrastination? Sure, I'm really into procrastination, personally. I feel like I'm really good at procrastination, to be honest. So I would love to hear about it. Actually, streaming is my kind of tool to fight with procrastination, because normally I would probably just sit down and play Satisfactory, or maybe try to do something with SurrealDB and just after half an hour get distracted and start watching YouTube videos. And this way I'm here now for not even 2 hours yet, but for another 3 we'll be here. No, not 3. For another 2 hours I'll be here. You know, forcing myself to do this, to stay on topic. And Tara says, I'm doing my taxes now. Okay, that is quite a procrastination. Oh, wow. Okay, you're a few months late. Good luck. Don't make any mistakes. And Mithridate says, yeah, streaming makes you get up to a quite comfortable stage and you're not allowed to sleep or slack off. Really fun. Yep, absolutely. The things I was able to achieve is like, you know, streaming three times a week. Sometimes, you know, I need to make some prep for the stream or something. It's just really awesome, really beneficial to be honest. I know that my content isn't like, you know, specifically for others to enjoy much. You know, like after what I'm doing this for several months already, and what I have 280 something subscribers, which is like, and I started with 100. So I'm definitely not going for views and stuff here, because that would require a little bit different approach. But yeah, just the benefits of just sitting down and doing something. I already know what project I'll be doing after that. Something that, you know, my wife is asking me to make, and this would be a great idea to just stay focused and do it for a few hours until you get something built. Yeah. And Tara says, I really enjoy you talking out loud. I'm happy you find it enjoyable. Alrighty, so let's get back to this. So the thing is that if we mark a post as deleted, it automatically gets deleted from the post interactions, right? Because that's the database here. I mean, the view table. So it's gonna get itself updated. But then we just have so many dependencies, and it kind of seems like it wouldn't be fun to, it would not be fun to basically start marking them as all this and that. What if we just straight won't do that? Okay, we won't mark them as deleted at or whatnot. But that means that the user can view their likes, and they will be pointing at this post. They will get the ID of the post. but they won't be able to view it. The data won't show up here. So I wouldn't worry about that personally. Because the moment we actually delete the post, all the likes, all the learn dates, all the authored will get deleted. The comments will stay, but then we can basically additionally, from time to time, go over all the comments that are pointing to something that was actually deleted, not just marked, and delete that. And there we go. And that's it. So, it wouldn't be possible to create new comments on the old post, right? Although we will need to actually add that. Because that's the thing, we don't want new likes or something that doesn't exist. We don't want new comments or something that doesn't exist, or learned something that does not exist. So how do we do that? Because nothing would stop somebody to just send stuff, right? So let's take a peek on how we handle, for example, the liked. When we create liked, we have permissions for creation, selection, and deletion for users for their own likes, okay? And they can specify the out, right? What they liked. Could be either post or comment. They're allowed to know the ID of the post because the post interactions table has the ID. They will get the ID from straight up from the front end. Okay? The website will give it the ID of the post. And therefore they can figure out what is the ID of the old post that they had. Maybe they liked they liked the post at some point. Therefore, they have its ID because they can list their own likes. And they figure, you know what? I'm gonna do weird shit. I'm gonna create a new comment that points at that post. So let's take a peek at that, because or the other way around, right? They can get the ID somehow. So right now we don't have any things here. Can't check if the post exists because the user doesn't have access to it. Yeah, because the user doesn't have direct access to the post, has to the comment, but not to the post. Therefore, we have the event here on create, update, likes count. No. On delete. Oh. This should be named differently. I don't like that name because this suggests that this will only update the likes while it's doing more stuff, right? If it checks for doesn't exist, then it gets the unapproved or whatnot, and only at the end it updates the likes count. So what we should do is delete those two events and redefine them, okay? So let's do that. So because if we're gonna just change the name, the previous events will still exist, will be still defined. So what we have to do is basically say delete event, the name on table liked, okay? Expected token. Do I just do that? No. Wait, remove, right? Sorry. There we go. And the same thing for that event. Okay. So let's do on create and on update. I don't remember, and on delete. So the thing is that I don't remember if these need to be unique per table, those names, or per database. I think just per table. So that will be fine. So we can just run those two. Okay. And we have them back in the database just with an updated name. And Tara says, today I have severed relationship with the streamer I was watching during DYA. 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 Day. Oh. During days. Okay. That sounds not good. I want to ask more details, but that doesn't sound fun. Several relationships, unless severing that relationship will actually help you out in life, then good for you. Or it might be both ways. It's never that simple. Yes, you're busy today. You're severing relationships. You're washing dishes with AR glasses, and you're doing taxes probably with AR glasses. Okay, so on creation, we just need to verify that the target, which is the out, the target post not only exists. Okay, so is not draft and it's not deleted at. Okay, we already have that. We already took care of all that. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that, right? The same thing with comments. When we have uncomment created. Yeah, we check on that. Okay, I think we already did all of that. Huh. Authored. Yeah. That one we don't have any checks because the users can't even check that themselves. That's something we'll need to add now. Actually figure out how to add that. That's not gonna be that easy. Contains Astro sync. So what else do we have? Approved. Nothing changes here. Authored. Comment. Yeah, we check that. Contains is about learned. Learned also needs to make sure deleted at is checked for. Oh, we have this whole requires. That will be another thing to add. Ha. Okay, so we have two extra things that we need to take care of today. The learn, wait, the requires and authored. Tara says I'm sad because of that. Sorry to hear that. Alrighty, so we've got the for authored we have optional notes and that's it. So it points from a user to a post. Okay. So the thing is that right now, the way I have defined who wrote something a little bit different. And I'm not sure how to tackle that right now. So if I'll go to a post, right? We have author and I just have a name. So first of all, I would need to make it into a list, right? So that we have this and, you know, somebody else, potentially. And then on top of that, we need to figure out what the name is per author. Because I kind of don't feel like, you know what, I'm gonna have authored this, author number 1 and author number 2, right? because that's kind of unreadable. Like, what the heck? And then we need to check in a database and all that stuff. I do not like that. But then if I would make it via username, then what? The username is created whenever somebody creates an account. And as far as I know, you can change your username. Let's just undo all this stuff so that it works, at least when I start the server. I'm just gonna start the server and let's check what it looks like, right? Let's do localhost 4321. Okay, there's the page. I'm gonna log in with GitHub just like as usual. Okay, so we're logged in. And I can go to the profile and I can change the username. I can click update username and I can change it whatever I want. All right. So that's not great because that means if I would refer to authors via that, the moment author changes their username, everything just goes bad. Huh. I can't rely on people to have, email addresses because they can create an account through Gmail, through GitHub, and maybe something else in the future. Maybe I want to have just some simpler way where you don't need the email. You use your phone number or maybe something yet different. And therefore, I can't rely on that either. And what if somebody changes their email address? It changes in the database and then whatnot. I will need to keep tracking some changes. It becomes a mess. I might end up having to just use the IDs and that's it. Although that kind of sucks. Like, big time. But at the same time, it'll be always just me. Yeah, I don't think I can add comments to front matter, right? Dash dash something or dash dash some slash slash. No, there are no comments here. Okay. Although this looks like a comment. No way. If I'll do hello there. Okay. I just added that. I'm gonna rerun it. Will it actually see it as a comment or not? What the hell just happened? Stop. Okay. Run again. That didn't complain. Let's remove the cache. Okay. And let's start again. Oh. I guess I can leave comments. I did not expect that. It just the moment there's a space in front of hash symbol, it just works as that. Great. That means I can just write something like that the author is this, right? And I'll just have a note who that is so that I know in the code. Okay, I think I can live with that. It's not a pretty thing, but it might be the simple solution. Yeah, let's do that. let's do that. Just an ID of the user. Astro won't be able to verify it, of course. But still. The database will be able to try to create, update, or straight up delete those links, or at least mark them as deleted. Not sure. We'll need to think about that. But okay, I am absolutely fine with that. All right, I am fine with that. So I guess I just need to go and update all of those and actually get the proper ID. So let's say. Oh no, that. Okay. So this is even more problematic. So if I'm just gonna put in the ID of the user, of the author, like that, okay? This ID is provided by Clerk, and therefore I have no way to get the same ID on the development side of things. Like, you know, I'm using the development stuff here. I'm not using the production. That's separate. Versus production versus staging, because let's say I have those three separate environments for users. That means that if I'm gonna hard code this to the user on the development, it won't work with the user on the other end. Oh no. I wonder if I just need to create a separate table or separate column that is not allowed to be modified or added or even viewed by any user, and just have it there where, okay, you're an author, you're a special case, I'm going to go in a database and just modify that one value. I think we'll need to do that. Yep. This way, instead of having like this, I could just have some of my special thing, which will be like that, okay? Just a specific thing, it always needs to be that. And therefore, in a database, if I will go to Explorer, User, right? I would need to have an extra column of that specified. Yeah, let's do that. We'll just go for it, right? This way users can't edit it and can't do anything else. And I can make sure that it's the same on all the deployments. This is the special case. So let's look at that. Let's look at the user table. Because right now, we have username with an optional string for email. In the future, I'll be probably adding something like, hey, do you want a newsletter with updates from the blog? Or something. And this could be used for that purpose. And nothing else, because I want to capture the least number of things about each user. So let's also do define field. No avatars, we don't need that. Clerk will display whatever they need to. Just check things because I'm on call today at work. And if there are messages, I need to be reading that. Okay. Nothing's going on. Good. So let's call it as author ID. Okay. On table user, type will be just string. Option string, it can be optional, right? Default none. And comment. And unique ID of the user that persists over across multiple database instances, okay? Used to identify post authors. And that's that. Something like that should be good enough of a description. Now the thing is that I need to add special permissions, because right now we have permissions for select, delete, for everyone for that. But we need to specify permissions none. I hope we can do it that way. I don't remember now. But the whole idea is that users just can't see it. I think we had an example of that somewhere. Where on earth could it be? Permissions for those was none. For select is full. So I could just explicitly specify for all of them, right? But permissions none. Yeah, that was that, I'm sure. Let's see. Define field, and we should have permissions somewhere. Setting permissions on fields. Will be set to full unless otherwise specified. Okay, so we know that they automatically get full permissions and permissions for this, for that, for that. This should specify a little bit more, I think. Okay, so we can say permissions is either none or full, or we specify per specific thing. So we can just say none, and no users, even themselves, can see that ID. Great. So yeah, that's all we need. This little part. Okay, because it's none for everyone. Gonna update user. It just shows author ID, none for everyone. Okay, great. So that means that I could just specify, you know what? I'm gonna click this guy. And I can just edit here, and I just specify that the author ID is okay, just like that. Save changes. Refresh changes. Wait, what did I name it? Author ID. What the heck? Author ID. Why doesn't it allow me to change it? I guess there's a problem here. Let's copy the ID. Update this. Set author ID is and run it. Now it worked. So I don't know why we can't set things in an Explorer here. That is strange. Maybe a bug, maybe not. I do not know. But okay, so we can do that. And therefore, in our normal code, we can just specify this everywhere. Right? This will be readable. It will be easy for me to edit. I can make sure that it's across all the databases, because you know, the one time in my life that somebody will decide, you know what, I'm gonna write something on your blog too. Um, that that potential one time in my life, I can just go in a database and add it. No big deal. I'm not making it into a big platform. Okay, okay. There we go. And we're just gonna say that maybe this one will be also test user 1 and test user 2, just so that we have one post with multiple users that we can display in some way. Great. So I'm gonna just straight up do the same thing. Now test user 1 and test user 2. And what did I name them? Test-user-1. Okay. And for test user 2 will be just 2. There we go. Beautiful. And they probably even have their own little usernames. Yeah, great. Okay. That makes sense. Is it possible for me to on the website itself, when I change my wait, I'm on a profile, refresh. Oh, the website is down. Oh, and I can't start it now because of this thing. Yeah. So we need to go into our content, post collection, and author won't be string. It will be array of strings. Okay. And we're just gonna say the default is nothing. I mean, we shouldn't, right? Because it should have at least one author. So let's do it that way. Whatever, we'll default it to empty, and then we can just add additional checks like, oh, there's no author. Let's point that out, okay? Because in theory, each post should have at least one author, so at least they can be moderated by that author. All right, so we have all this stuff. So now the author, we can just, yeah, we get them loaded here. And that's it. So inside the DB sync collection, all the way up here, syncing, waiting, we get the collections and all IDs and all that we're checking, okay? And then package data into appropriate stuffs. Posts will have the authors. Post data dot authors. Well, let's just do that, okay? So I'll need to again authors. Authors. So it needs to be plural. Okay, I could have done replace everything, but I'm too lazy for that. Okay. So we can get back here just to specify that it actually has an S for plural. Great. And in here, authors, we just set it to that, which is great. And doesn't get here. Okay, good. So that's that. IDs and whatnot, so that's fine. And posts and whatnot. So the only thing is that validate data integrity. So for duplicate IDs and okay. Then we have that duplicate IDs found. Let's just do make sure that all posts have at least one author, okay? Authors. There we go. There we go. Great. And what if authors doesn't even have length? If this, we can just do straight up if not this. Posts. Post already has the thing. There we go. Uh-huh. Okay. Great. So we added that part. We are loading stuff, already sending it to the database in proper format. So yeah, that's it. The database already has it. So I should be able to run it without any issues. Has no authors. There's a framework. 3.1. Oh, I guess we need to clear that cache and reload it. There we go. Great. So that means I can reload this page. I can log back in. I'm already here, so I can update username and say to will it accept something like this? No. Username can only contain letters, numbers, and underscores or something. Can I do with capital letters? Okay, it changes it like this, so I could, in theory, do that. Yeah, okay. I can live with that. In theory, that there could be added some display name in the future, but for now, I'll just display it that way, and that should be enough. Okay, for the author name. Great. So I'm happy with that part. We've got the code here. Let me just look at that code and make sure that we did. So we did contains. Yep, and liked, and yeah. So let's do finish handling basic. It contains and liked relations. And now we're gonna be handling basically the user slowly, okay? So we verified all that, so now we can straight up make it already connect things, okay? So if that is here, defined, we can go simply in here, and basically besides setting up the authors for posts, besides just setting up the basic stuff for the posts, we need to make the authored thing as well. So we'll handle that before the topic IDs, because that's kind of additional data. I want to do the author stuff. So if post author ID is some, what? And we could verify data here, right? Or do we have it here for each post? Yeah, validate posts. If not posts.author, wait, post.authors is array. We just say authors must be an array. Okay, it's that. And then if the length is less or equal 0, I mean, is equal 0, post must have at least one author. There we go. Okay, we've got those taken care of here. So we have our validation. And I'm already tempted to split into several separate methods or functions so that we can just run around files, but I'll try to contain myself right now. So for author ID string and post authors, okay? So the thing is that we can't just do that, okay? We have to search for that user. So let's say the author is, and we do straight up select value. Not really. Select sure, value ID from author. So it's the author ID after all. Select value ID from user, from the table user, where not the ID, the author ID is the thing. And we want to select only one because there should be only one, okay? So if there's no such thing, we just say invalid author ID this, and that should be good enough. Post ID, we'll just shove that in there too, because why not? So if we won't find the author, we just notify about it. But if we find it, we don't need to check for it to exist. Then we just create a relation, right? Relate user. Author ID. Authored post.id. Or we could just do this. Yeah. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Okay. So that's fine, and we can actually do, how do we post.id? This will be better for printing it out at least. Okay. So from here to here, and set last update. That's a good question. So now how are we going to handle those is deleted or not? Because this is another thing defined explicitly by the post, right? So if the post gets deleted, that's one thing. The all authored should be also deleted, in theory, kind of. But what if we have a situation where we had 3 authors and that specific author got deleted from there? Do we need to maintain the relation authored or something? That we deleted it? I mean, there's nothing really important about this relation. In theory, this whole is about shouldn't need to be deleted as well because it doesn't hold any additional information. So we might be actually doing too much work and that's it. Huh. Instead of just deleting it, we're holding the data. Because it's different about something like liked, right? Because we don't want to delete that data because the moment we undelete the post, we want it back. With something like this, there's no need to delete, to hold on to it. We can just delete it because the moment we reintroduce the thing, it just comes back. Tara says anonymous author. Yep, that could be another option to have an anonymous author, but then I can just make a fake user record named anonymous and link to that one. Mithridates says, bit of a tangent. A user called Dogmaster uses relation tables in a pretty interesting way. Uses a table called isA and puts a bunch of bulls on them. Sibling true, sister true, brother false. Sure. Yeah, this way you have just one object instead of multiples, right? So for something like, liked or learned or something, you could have just thing where a user has some relation from one thing to the other, where maybe it would contain if liked or if learned or something else. Could work, but at the same time, having them separate, in my case at least, would mean that I can have liked going from user to post and from user to comment as the same actual table. And then we have learned, which is only from user to post. And then we have authored, which is from user to post, but maybe has some additional, restrictions to it. So yeah, depending on data. But I find it interesting that, yeah, you could just have one table and just put it all there. Interesting. Yep. There are just so many ways to structure data. I know, I know. I'm just trying to make it somewhat relevant to this kind of scenario. But for sure. Okay, so and now I'm thinking that, we don't need to mark those as deleted and whatnot. We're just gonna just start removing them because there's no point to them, okay? The moment post gets deleted, we'll delete it. The moment topic gets deleted, we'll delete it. Or marked as deleted, right? We just don't keep those. And the same thing will happen with authored, okay? If we delete the post, oh no, we marked it as deleted. Do we actually delete the authored? Because it's still there. The user won't be able to view it anyway. And the same thing with draft. So I think we're just gonna leave them, okay? Just like we're leaving all of those, not touching them. Same thing will be authored. And then we're gonna just add the code that straight up deletes all those little ones instead of maintaining that is deleted or not, other kind of unnecessarily kept data. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Sounds good. So in here, we're basically, if everything is fine. So wait, what was it? Oh, so basically, we get the author ID, right? And then we need to decide if that relation already exists or not. So we need to grab the existing relation. So the existing relation will be select value ID from authored, where N is the author ID and out is the post ID, okay? This way we're gonna get the existing relation. So now we can just copy a bunch of this code and just go for it, right? So existing relation, relate. Post ID is about, wait, so if it's not an existing relation, we create a new one. We relate the author ID to the post ID. And I'm just gonna update the update ID because that's what we're gonna still use to determine if we need to delete it or not, all that fancy stuff. And then if it exists, and what the heck is this about? Post ID exists. Valid. When would we have a situation where we want to point at something and it doesn't exist? We won't be able to create a relation. Oh, because it already exists, but if I'll just keep it just in case. For now, we'll clean it up later. And update existing relation where we just update the update ID. Okay, that makes sense. Great. So this way we can update the authored relations. Okay. We'll do the same thing for the other ones and whatnot. And at the end, we have to just make sure that we'll delete some of those. Like here, the tag deleted those. So we're going to copy it, paste it here. And we know that this doesn't need to exist. So after we detect the deleted posts, oops. After we detect deleted post, we detect deleted user authored post relations. Okay. So this will be authored relations to delete. We find from authored where last update ID is not the current one. And we don't need the not deleted ad because we would just straight up delete them. And we're just gonna delete them, right? Delete. Author relations to delete. That's it. Just delete them all. Because they're just ephemeral. You can create them, remove, they don't contain any extra data. So I am fine with that. And I want to watch it work. Okay, great. We just need to make sure that we have the last update ID on that relation. So if we're gonna look at contains, we have the last update ID. Let's copy it. Let's paste it onto authored. Okay. I mean, here we have these notes here, but I'm just gonna remove that field. Pointless. Notes. So last update ID on table authored. Last update relation. There we go. So we're gonna do this, and also we need to remember to remove field notes on table authored. And failed transaction. What happened here? Find field last update. Transaction read conflict. What? This was fine. Doesn't exist anymore. Now it's fine. Okay, so what? We can do 2 transactions in one? That was weird. Read conflict, huh? Okay. Great. That's good. So we've got this one here. So I think we're ready. It just might be that simple. Okay. So let's see what happens because our code already should take care of it all. We have this one that has 3 authors and the rest has just 1. And they all have proper labels. So let's clear the cache unnecessarily, but still, and run it. Ooh, invalid author ID for the post. Okay, so this is not a valid ID. Interesting. Let's see our database again. I want to make sure. Oh, I made it with an underscore. That's why. Ha. Huh. So let's update this guy. We're gonna update this one to be update set I like the dash in this case. Run it. Author ID. There we go. Now we're good. So if we're gonna try to run again, now it should work. Hopefully. At least we saw that, it couldn't find the author. So that part of functionality is tested. And now it's thinking a long time. What the heck? Okay. It's supposed to be up to, sync now. So let's go to Explore. Authors, refresh. Everything's the same. Gonna click this guy. Relations. It has minimal liked stuff and one authored. There we go. Well, if we're gonna go to this one, it should have way more authored. There we go. So if I'm going to go to authored, bunch of users to post, and only single for the user 2 and single for the user 1. Perfect. So if I'm going to run it again, but I'm gonna remove this user 2 from that one specific, from this one here, okay? It should straight up delete that relation. Okay, let's run it. Let's see if it runs a bit faster this time. Oh no. A database index unique relation already contains this to that with record authored. Why does it try to insert it? What's wrong with our code? So get the author ID from the authors, right? That's fine. So existing relation. If it doesn't exist, do that. Otherwise, update. Why wouldn't that work? What? Hmm. Wait, author ID. No, wait. Oh yeah. Author ID is where we search the person with the specific author ID. Okay, so that's good. All right, we're doing that. So basic relationship, existing relationship is authored from author to the post. Okay, so that should be fine. If it's existing, relate them. Author ID to post ID. There should be no problem with that. Otherwise, update it rather than adding it again, right? So that should be fine. And here we're just straight up deleting them, so that shouldn't be any index problem thing either. What the heck just happened then? Oh, database index unique relation already contains some user this to this specific post with record authored blah blah blah. And that chosen as an update? I don't know if that's an update because this is confusing. Failed to update database. You mean failed to execute the update or just to change the database? What the heck? Very unclear language. I'll run again, hope for the best. I mean that's not an approach that should work. Oh, now the terminal is toast. What the heck? Okay, this is unexpected. I'll verify it once more. So we get the author ID, right? For every author of the post, we should have only one option there. Unless I did something funky here. No, I have just one. Okay. I can actually undo and have two of them. Yeah, the same thing. So in this line, we go through all of the authors of the post, which is fine. For each of them, we get the string ID that we have in a database as a table author ID. Okay. So we find all the users. I mean, the only user that has that ID. Okay. And grab it. Okay. Grab its ID. And if we couldn't grab that ID, if we got no, then we basically say, hey, we can't find this author. And that part worked. Then we try to evaluate the existing relation. So we go through all the authored entries and we find the ones that point from the author to the post. Okay. And we just grab one of them and its ID. So that's our existing relation. So if we couldn't find it, if not existing relation, right? Because ID won't be 0. So if we couldn't find it, something happens here. So something tells me there's something going on here where we can't find it. The post ID. The post ID is here, so that shouldn't be a problem. What the heck? An author ID will be different for each one of the authors, so that's not even a problem either. Let's just try to create author author ID for post this that already exists. But it should already exist. Okay, I'm just gonna add that little debug here to see if this is the part that we're actually triggering. And this way, at least we're gonna get some error that this happened here when trying this and that. Try to create author, and that's the thing for post this. But it should already exist. Yeah. So why did it think it doesn't exist? So our query here must be wrong then. Something is wrong with that query. Excuse me. I'm comparing it to something else, and everything else looks roughly okay. We don't have problems with any other relations. Authored. That's fine. N is author ID, which we verified is ID of the user, right? And out is post ID, which is proper post ID. Okay. And this is the same thing. So let's copy that piece code. And we're gonna just straight up try to run it. The only thing is we need to specify the author ID. Not this. ID being this. And post ID being this. We get a result. So how is it possible that if we're gonna call this, that part is gonna get executed? I don't understand. What the heck? If not existing relation, it is true, so it should turn to false, so this should not happen. But it happens. Row. Let's actually do this. Try to create author, but doesn't exist, while the existing relation is, and we just straight up print it out there. So somehow it says that this is false. What is the false value of it? Let's just copy all the code, plop it here. Okay. And let's run this part. An existing relation is nothing. Did I forget like a silly little thing? Let me see. Because sometimes I might have forgotten about something. So we have $sign here, right? And this is inside here, so this existing relation won't be colliding with anything else anywhere, right? So that's good. Select value ID from authored, where n is, and we have proper thing here, right? This is defined well. And out is post ID. This is again properly defined thing. So how does that get empty? Huh. I have no idea. It's again one of those things that don't make sense. Maybe it's a bug in the database. But then why does it all work here? Because there's no problem with that here. And author ID, I mean, the only thing is that the author ID is specified here. And when we print it out, it looks okay. What the heck? Why do we get in here? Because all the authors already exist. I mean, all the relations. So I'm gonna go here, Explorer. Which one? Author, right? They are all here. And the post is F657. F657, right? From that user. KD3. KD3. There we go. Oh, wait. Look at that. Try to create author. And this gives... Oh, I see. So this is a list. Ah, this is probably the little thing here. So author ID. We're just giving a whole list. So select value ID from this and we try to get 0, but if how do we get a single value out of that? Because right now it's wrapped. And if we're gonna try to extract something out of it, why are we getting a list? We have limit 1, right? And we select the value ID. So that in theory should be fine. But I guess if author ID doesn't exist, or not, come on, author ID 0, right? What if I'm gonna get an empty list and request index? I just want to see what throws in there. Return this, right? This will just give us a list. ABC, right? That's fine. ABC, and we want 0. That's fine. What if we have something with no elements? Oh, it just returns none. It doesn't freak out. We have index 0 of none. It's again none. Okay. All right. So we can just straight up say, give me the first element, because we just asked for 1, so it'll be only 1. And this should fix our problem, hopefully. We're gonna copy this thing, save it, because the thing is that relate didn't complain, because if you're gonna give it a list of elements, it's just gonna make relations with all of them. So that's why it was fine. It didn't break at that point. Okay, so let's try it again. Okay, it's thinking for longer, and we're done. All right, so if that's the case, I should be able to go to Explore, and now authored the number 2, he got removed, because of course SurrealDB didn't notice, Astro didn't notice that I removed something, but that's that. So that's fine, okay, that's fine. I think I know where it freaks out that some data is deleted. When it's running, it will think I already updated it. Ah, okay. I see. But that's fine. We've got that, so it got deleted. I can go and remove this funny throw thingy. Yeah, so I could do this. I could add an initial one maybe here. And this one here for number 2, right? I'll have them all saved. Okay, and let's just make sure to reset everything and run again. Hopefully it's gonna just, oh, ay. Try to create author. Test user 1 for post this, but it already exists. Oh, because of course I edited this. I edited this, but haven't updated the function in the actual database. Okay, so false alarm. It should work now, because it shouldn't throw it anymore. Okay, good. Great. So if I'm gonna get back to Explorer, authored, we should have a few entries, one of number 2 and 2 of number 1. There we go. And now when I'm gonna straight up delete them, not from here. Empty it out in the meantime. And from here, and there was one more here. Okay. Save them all. Run to find the changes. Okay. Finished. And therefore, I'm going to refresh. Where that is. Oh, 2 got deleted. This one didn't. What the heck? Astro. Wrong terminal. Come on, Astro. Notice that things are changing. Okay, let's try again. Refresh. Okay, now we're up to date. Good. All right, we've got it working. So let's push that code, and this will be basically, yeah, we got this out. We've got this thing here. Sure. So we're just gonna make it as in handle author. What? Update hosts authors. Okay, there we go. That's great. So now we can move on to the next part. So like I mentioned, this basically gets the author gets deleted whenever we don't have this stuff, because it doesn't hold any data. Something like learn date, liked, and whatever comments, they stay when something is marked as deleted. But things like contains, is about, we don't need that. If series is not about a topic anymore, just straight up delete it. If this isn't about that anymore, delete it. So, but the question is, does it complicate things? Because right now, if we mark a series as something, we just one update that is about and mark it as deleted, right? If we just remove some topic from a post, that one topic won't get updated, therefore it will be marked as deleted. Same thing for everything else. So we can just simply delete them and screw the whole deleted at column, you know? So I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna just go crazy, because it seems like additional piece of data that we don't really care about, and there's no point to maintain it. So in our schema, we're gonna do some rework. We're gonna go to the contains, okay? Because contains has deleted at. So we're gonna remove it, okay? We're gonna remove it in a very simple way. Remove field deleted at from table contains, okay? On table contains. Bam. And then we can say update contains unset deleted at. So I should be able, because if I'm gonna go to explore, it contains, okay? it still shows the table deleted at, because even though we removed it from the definition, it's still there. So if we're gonna run this, we should just set it all to null, none, basically unset it. And if we're gonna go to Explorer, refresh it, the column is gone. Great. So we can do the same thing, exactly the same thing for is about. Okay, just run it. And when we go to is about, we don't have the deleted at. Great. So we just got rid of it all. So that means we can update our query here. Okay. So we had the thing here for the topics. Okay, we just update them and delete the topics. And that's it. The topics don't have any relations that lead from them to anywhere. Then we have the posts. We update the post itself. Then we go through the authors, which we already handled. Then we go over the topic IDs. So this is where we create and update them. Okay. And then we'll detect the deleted posts, which is fine, and delete the authored relationship. So that's fine. And then because the is about is also included in a series, we're just going to process series first. So the series processing, we added topic IDs and post IDs. Okay, so the both is about and contains. And after that, we can specify that delete the detect deleted series. So that's the record. We're going to leave that. And for relationship, detect deleted series contains post relations. Okay. So if it's that, instead of just marking it as deleted. So first of all, where last update is not there, and we don't care about deleted at. Okay, because that doesn't exist anymore. Update, no. Delete contains relations to delete. There we go. And we just delete them. That's it. All of them. And the same thing will be here. We don't care about the deleted at anymore. And we just delete them. There we go. It's gonna be much cleaner. Great. And now we have this thing is about relations. Here we're checking if there are any left that point that are not deleted yet, and one of the ends is deleted. So this is the situation where we want to throw the error. We don't need to have this deleted at anymore. Okay. We just care. We want to find all is about and contains the relations where either in or out are marked as deleted, because these are records, because that means that this relation shouldn't exist anymore. Okay. And then we're just gonna say, hey, sorry, we have invalid relations. That's it. So the only thing left now is to find all the instances of deleted at. So this is delete. Let's just do Control F, deleted at. Okay, let's go to the first one. This one here. We're not setting it. So deleted at, no. Oh, wait, we actually have to, sorry. For topics and posts, we need to, because they get deletable. Topics to delete, that stays, okay? Then we've got post, and these are the topic IDs. The relations don't need to have that anymore, okay? Then post to delete, that's fine. In relations, we don't have that. This is a series, and inside relations, no thank you. And no thank you. And this is just the whole series, and other than that is about relations. Here we're checking the records, nothing else, so we're good. yeah, that's it. Okay. I think we cleaned it up. Should be tiny bit less code, which is always good. So we can go here, update it, run query, and let's see what happens when we just rerun the thing, right? At least we're gonna run the query with everything that existed. There should be no differences. Good. So now let's do some tests. Because we have, for example, this one pointing at the topic file, right? So let's find that record in there. So we have this ID. So from here, okay. New query will be select from, it will be, what was it? Post, from this post, okay? That, from this post, it will be the is about, okay? Run it, we should have 3 records. 1 to 3. About those 3. So what if I'm just gonna remove this one. Okay, save it. We run Astro. We'll see if it detected that change. I never know where it detects them. We run query. Still finds the same thing. So what? I force delete the changes and restart. Okay. Run the query again. Okay, now it got deleted. All right, so we're good. Great. So yeah, that part works. If I'm gonna undo it again, force changes to get updated. It's weird that one has to do that, doesn't detect them. Okay, I'm gonna run it again, and we got them back. It's a new ID because it got recreated, but still, no biggie. It's about, we have 1 page of those, right? Okay, the same thing with contains, they get managed, just 2 of them contained there. Yeah, I think we've got it all. Yeah, these are done. You point back to here, please. Okay. So, yeah, that's good. And now what about the comments and other things? I mean, I don't see the problem in oh, right, because comments are being displayed for everyone, right? Everyone can query comments unless they are not approved. Even comments to posts that are marked for deletion. And those comments could have been approved, and the moment you deleted the post or whatever would mean that you kind of wouldn't want people to see those comments. So we might just update one value there. It will be kind of expensive, but I'm hoping that it's not gonna cause any problems. So let's go to the comment. And we have basically this permission that everyone can select a, what do you call it? A comment where approved is set true. So we need to do where approved is set to true, and post is still valid, right? So, and post dot, and not post dot draft, and not post dot deleted at. Okay. So we're adding a bunch of extra checks for every single comment, which kind of sucks. But at the same time, I don't feel like adding events to keep updating because, we could add an event when post gets updated with some data. Find all the comments and maybe select the field on them. Is it public? Is it not? And then we can speed things up. But for now, this should be good enough. At least that's my belief. And this way, we can just make sure that it all runs smooth. All right, because this one has a field post, which is the record to it. So this should be a quick lookup. Shouldn't be bad. All right. Okay, so if that's the case, what else do we even need to do here? I'm not sure. We've got all the stuff that we need. Everything gets updated automatically. Likes and everything stays. So I guess we need to approach the situation where, let's say our post got deleted. And it's been deleted for a month. And we have maybe a monthly, some kind of scheduled thing that's gonna run cleanup deletions action or something. How do we handle those? Because the moment we delete this one, because the easiest will be like, okay, just delete everything that has deleted on it, right? If we're gonna delete the post, the author gets deleted, learned date gets deleted, like gets deleted, entry and post interactions doesn't get deleted because it wasn't there anymore, but Isabel gets deleted, okay, and also automatically this contains will be deleted because it won't be there anymore, which shouldn't be here in the first place. So this kind of doesn't get deleted, okay? And this doesn't get deleted either, right? Because it wasn't there already. Okay, so these are all just records. But the other thing that this needs to get deleted somehow, the comment. So that'll be part of probably, we have event deleted at, and after it runs, we have post, after which the event gets triggered to delete all the comments. And that will then, therefore, delete this one and this one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Doesn't seem like anything that will be particularly difficult because everything deletes itself other than the comments. And that's it. So I think this is going to be simple, right? Let's just run a scenario for when we delete a series. If we deleted a series, when it's deleted at, all the contains don't exist anymore. Isabel doesn't exist anymore. And this just points at our stuff, so nothing happens. When we delete a topic, that means nothing pointed at it anymore and nothing happened. Okay, this is going to be really clean. So the only thing we need to do is basically delete the post itself, and then in an event, go through all the comments that point at it, because even responses to the comments are guaranteed to point to the same post. So yeah, this might be it. Okay, great. This is gonna be real simple. So let's handle the comment deletion. Hello, Radom. How are you doing? So we have on comment delete. Okay, so we already have an event for when we're deleting a comment. All right. Right now we are basically going to the post and decreasing the number of it, right? So this is just for deleting a comment, which is gonna be interesting because if we want to delete a post if we're gonna delete that first, all this will start failing because suddenly, oh, I can't go and update that post anymore, right? It won't work. So we would need to do it the other way around. We will need to delete comments first and then the post. What the heck? Or we just update the if. Oh, so this is when it gets approved. If, oh no, if it was approved. Okay, so we basically need to add a check. If the post that it points at doesn't exist anymore, just ignore it. Okay? And that's it. That's all we're gonna do. So if we're gonna go to post and Radom saying, thanks, I'm good at you. I'm doing good. And Radom says, I'm the school bus right now. Can't stay long. No worries. I hope your school time goes past fast. And Firosphere, welcome. Firosphere says, heyo, how are you doing? So Radom, long day at school today? Or a short Friday? Okay, so when we have the post, we have just a bunch of stuff defined here. Do we have any events on it? We have on post date update, okay, and that's it. So we need to define an basically extra event. Define event on post delete, okay. So when we want to delete the post, so yeah, when event is delete. What the heck? This doesn't make sense. So basically what we need to do is, after we deleted the post, we need to go over all the comments and just delete them, right? So let's just get the let post ID is before the deletion ID, right? So that we have the ID. So we need to basically do delete. And now we need some kind of query. So let's do let, and let's do it comments is, and we select from the comment, we grab where the post ID is that ID. So all the comments that point to that ID, right? We just grab their IDs. I don't think we need to do the whole value ID, but maybe that's gonna work. And Ratom says, can't hear you. I use live subtitles. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know how subtitles work on me. And Firosphere says, I'm good. Just trying to learn Python. All right. Python is a good start. Is it your first programming language, or is it your like fifth one or something? What's your reason for learning Python? Okay, no experience. All right, Python is a good way to start, as long as you don't mind dealing with their packages. But if you're following a book or something, it should be fine. Yeah, good luck then. I haven't done much in Python in my life. Okay, so what were we doing here? Post ID. So comment select. So basically get all the IDs, and then we can just say, hey, delete them. All right, and everything else deletes itself. So great. Because if we actually delete the thing, there'll be a problem, right? If we actually delete the post, even if we would kind of bring it back or something, it would have different ID, or would it have the same ID? That's the question here. In theory, it would have the same ID because we're forcing the ID from Astro side. So in theory, we could recover from deletion in case the deleted at wasn't there. But I'm not sure about that. I don't think it's necessary. Because the only deletion of posts will happen is through some kind of cron job. Let's leave it the way it is. I don't expect it to be problematic. All right. So yeah, basically delete all the comments. We can say delete all the comments for the post when deleting the post. Okay, that's it. That's gonna take care of all the other cascading relations. And Radam says, "Oh, I need to leave. Take care of yourself. See you later." All right, take care as well. Hope you have a good day. And Firesphere says, I'm in college and I intro to software development, and they are teaching Python right now. And I'm going to pull my hair out. Oh no. You're all like specifically computer science. I don't know how they call it in college. Specialization, or is it just something random out of nowhere because it's somewhat relevant to what you're learning? I'm curious. Okay, so we'll delete all the comments for the post when deleting the post. So that's great. So now the only thing is that, I mean, first of all, we need to make sure it's in the database so we're not missing it. Oh, problem. Unexpected token identifier. What? Oh. Now it's good. Typo. There we go. So this should take care of all the comments with the post. Okay. So we'll be able to test it, I guess. And then what else do we say that we need to do? Nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. So while remember, on a user, we need to add an extra index because I forgot. Because remember, we added the author ID. But author ID needs to be unique for each user. So I want to add an extra index. We don't have any index here. Field. No index here at all. What the heck? Define index. Really? No indexes? What the hell? I should have index here. Unique user ID. Okay. On table user. Bam, bam. It's unique. And we will also want to define unique author ID. Okay, because they need to be unique. Wait, what the hell just happened? Let me just copy paste something that I know works. Okay. Okay. Author ID. On table user. Columns. Okay, so first of all, I don't need to worry about the ID to be unique, right? Because that's duh. The author ID needs to be unique. In theory, things like user ID or some other things could be forced, but I'm not worrying about right now because Clark should take care of that for me. So I'm just gonna wait, not table, index. So this should be taken care of. All right, let's just have that index. This way, by accident, I'm not gonna assign two of the same author IDs to two different users. And Virus says, so I'm on a track for a certificate in software engineering, mainly to just get practical professional experience of coding. But they use this platform called Cengage MindTap, and it's actually just broken. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't know how to help with that. I never finished college, to be honest. Okay, so we've got this thingy. But hey, I hope so. So basically, you're saying that it's not the Python giving you trouble. It's just the platform that they force you to use, right? Been there, done that. Okay. Okay. So make sure that authority is unique, because we can't check that, but just unique. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is just push some of those changes. So for comment, wait, what? Oh, we made this for the comment. We got rid of this for contains. And we updated all the stuff here. Okay. Post. We added the post delete. Great. And for user, we added the index. So finishing touches. Okay, we'll just call it that way. And now I'm gonna add an extra function. Okay, new file, fn, and we're gonna call it purge deleted. Okay. So we're gonna follow the same formatting as here. So we're just gonna, yeah, define function. Wait, let's just make sure that it's, yeah, it's circular. Great. Define function. Overwrite. Purge deleted. And it won't take any arguments, okay? And we're not even returning any values because there's no point. So what we're gonna do here, this space is 4, please. So what we're gonna do here is basically go over all the various parts of our schema, which will be just 3 tables. Topic. We're gonna go from the top, which will be series, then posts, and then topics, and basically whatever is marked as deleted at for some specific period of time that we'll probably use a nice global parameter for, we're gonna just purge it. Okay, so purge deleted, and this is gonna just go through them. And the virus sphere says, yeah, because it basically auto checks your code, and if it isn't exactly what they're looking for, then it's wrong. But the checks themselves are not correct. Oh, yeah. For the little of college that I did, I dealt with those platforms in context of C++. And yes, it was painful because, oh, yeah. That was disputing with the professor and all the other stuff. Too bad. But hey, at least you're not alone, right? Everyone needs to get through that. It's funny, you're learning engineering and the first language is Python. That could be fun, huh? Okay. Purge delete. So we basically need to go delete all series, delete post, and delete topics. I'm gonna go in that direction. Yeah. Because it sounds somewhat good. So the thing is that SurrealDB should have something like this parameters. Define param. The define param statement allows you to define a global, database-wide parameters that are available to every client. Every client? What do you mean? Doesn't mean they're also defined for... So what, the record user can read them? I guess so. That's strange. But I guess that makes sense then. So I'm not gonna use that. I'm just gonna hard code it here. Let's do let duration before delete. Before deleted is basically, let's make it 30 days, okay? Method that says, I tried for so long not to go to university, and finally I needed to get a visa in Korea. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Huh. Didn't know that Korea has restrictions like that, but again, I never even looked. And Ratom says, hi again, I'm in school right now. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I was asking Ratom, is it a long day at school today? Or is it just a pleasant short Friday? And Firesphere says, yeah, I mean, it's engineering in quotes, but they throw the word around. Okay. Interchangeable developer. I mean, that's what it is. You don't say you're a software developer, you say a software engineer. That just sounds nicer. You know, it's a lot to put in their head to do proper development. Okay, so we have duration before deleted. Let's just add a comment to it. Basically, how long a record needs to be marked as deleted before it's allowed to be actually deleted. Okay, in this whole purge thing. That's also, we can add a comment to this whole function, right? At the bottom, yeah, we defined this. Wait, what the hell am I doing? There's no then or anything? No, that's it. Okay. So we can just say comment deletes all records that have been marked for as deleted for more than specified period duration. Okay, and that should be enough to call it a day here for descriptions. Okay, so for now we're just gonna initially set that duration before deleted is 30 days. And then we're gonna delete series. So, I mean, this will be relatively simple, right? Let's actually take a peek at delete, because maybe we can simplify it a little bit. Instead of making let and doing a bunch of stuff, we're just gonna look at ways to do it. So we can delete person, right? That will delete everything. So delete from the table where something happens. Okay, that might work, just like that. Yeah. So for series will be delete series where so last update ID, no. Deleted at so where deleted at is actually specified, and delete at is less than time now plus, wait, what the hell am I thinking now? Can I just Yeah, let's try something. And Ratam says, Friday I'll be here until 4 p.m. Oh, that's not a short day. Adam says I need to leave again. All right, see you around then. And have a good day at school then. First Fear says, you're smart. Do you know how to check if a number is prime? As far as I know, there are a lot of ways, but I never had to. It's one of those things they try to teach you at school so that you know that there's a way to that, for that. To check if it's prime, I mean, the larger the number, the harder it is to check, but I think there are some advanced things. We're gonna check something out. All right? We're gonna check something fun out. So, I just noticed that and got an email today that ChatGPT got a new model. Oh. Wait, not the O1, okay? Uses advanced reasoning. It's one of those new models now that is supposed to think for a while before it actually responds. So even as a joke, they have how many R's are in a strawberry because previous models couldn't count the number of R's in strawberry. So let's say, how can I check if a number is if a given number is a prime number? I need to do it in a somewhat optimized way in Python. I can't use any external libraries. Okay, so now we can see that it's thinking. It's gonna say a few things that it's doing. Formulating an algorithm, assessing methods, enhancing code efficiency, check the sims, evaluate the optimum approach, accessing this. So it says a thought for 11 seconds. So formulating an algorithm, I'm considering this and that. Accessing methods, I'm mapping out the most efficient ways to determine if a number is prime, focusing on small to medium integers. Enhancing, and it does all those things, and then basically tells you to check if a number is a prime number in Python without using external libraries. You can implement an efficient algorithm that reduces the number of necessary divisibility checks. One such method is the 6k plus minus 1 optimization. See, this is such a common problem that it just has so many ways to solve it. Which is based on the observation that all prime numbers greater than 3 can be expressed in the form of 6k plus minus 1. Here's how you can implement this. Handle special cases. If the number is less than or equal to 1, it's not prime. If the number is 2 or 3, it's prime. Eliminate multiples of 2 and 3. If the number is divisible by 2 or 3, it's not prime. Check divisibility for numbers of the form 6k plus equals 1. So iterate from 5 to the square root of the number, stepping by 6. Oh, geez. For each iteration, check if the number is divisible by I or I plus 2. Oh, geez. And here's the Python code. There you go. Define function if it's prime. And so we have those edge cases, right? And then we basically check if it's divisible by 2. Or if it's divisible by 3. We just straight up eliminate all of those cases. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Instead of million divisions. And then and we have that loop for divisibility and I by I and I plus 2. So this I will basically increase by 6. Okay, so instead of increasing by 1 or something, we just increase by 6. Interesting. But is it guaranteed that it's it's correct? Efficient? For very large number, consider implementing probabilistic algorithms like Miller-Rabin primality test. Yeah. Interesting. Does this algorithm guarantee a correct result? Because I know it's just magic. Yes, it thinks it's correct. It doesn't miss primes because all primes are greater than 3 fit into this form. Okay, makes sense. Interesting. I mean, that's more advanced. If not, you could just go iterate, like do a brute force. And First Fear says, I've been trying to avoid ChatGPT because I live in fear that I will get caught. So, yeah, with ChatGPTs, just be very careful. What I would do is just search online for something like Wikipedia, methods for checking primes, and you'll have a bunch of, pseudocode. I mean, this is such a simple example that, it doesn't matter. But yeah, for many things, and with chats, you need to be careful because just because I just got this answer right now, I missed a research where I would find all the other ways of doing that. Maybe, there are some reasons behind some things, or, I just see the algorithm, okay, it's some kind of 6 plus this and that, and I didn't learn anything at the end. And Freedom Dow says, how do you like O1? I used it 3rd time today, and so far, I mean, I need some actual problems to see if it works. So I don't have an opinion. I like the Sims version of this. And yeah, why not? First says, I appreciate you taking time to explain it and going through it. Well, I didn't much explain or go through it. I just rushed through it, to be honest. But yeah, just try Wikipedia. And I mean, Wikipedia will just shove you a bunch of math, but at the same time, it will give you ideas where to go from there. That research part, especially when you're starting to learn how to deal with the language and how to solve problems, will help a lot. And Freedom Dial says, hey, First Fear, with LLMs, you can code things like 40, 50 ways. Look through them, I'll even simulate it, test them, or find best way or whatnot. Yep, because there are just so many ways to code some things. But at the same time, if you're dealing with something really simple where there's a known algorithm for it, there's just, set pseudocode with described for this specific algorithm. You do it in that way, step by step, and then implementation in various languages will just maybe change a few lines of how it looks. And with Python, it is that Python looks so much like actual pseudocode that you won't be changing much in the first place. So, yeah, if you'll find something in a few places, just don't rely just on ChatGPT. Verify it, because something tells me professors now might be actually making questions that they know that those LLMs will suggest wrong answers, and they say, "Ha! I caught you. You didn't verify what the code does and really does, and this is an obvious mistake that a person that thinks wouldn't do or something." Okay, so what the hell are we doing here? So for delete series, we just go over all the series. I basically need to take the deleted at, which is in the past, plus the duration before deleted, right? So plus the extra 30 days to it. So when it was deleted, plus the 30 days, needs to be less or equal to the current time, right? So that even though the 30 days happened, we added here, right? Because this should be a duration. So delete all those that had that defined, right? And then we're gonna have exactly the same thing for the posts and exactly the same thing for topics. And that should be it, right? I just want to verify that this actually will work. So, yeah, let's try that. Let's go here and let's say return time now. Okay, what are we going to get? We got this string. So I can just start typing that let deleted at is this time, right? Because with D here, we'll say that, hey, this is a date time. And then we're gonna do let, we can just copy this part. And we can just say return deleted at plus the duration. I just want to see if we're gonna get a date in the future. Okay. So let's run it, and we got a date in 30 days in the future, October, right? Great, so that works. We can add them, so that's fine. So is it less or equal than time now? Let's run it again. So it's false. What if I'm gonna say the duration to be 30 seconds? And now it should say true. Yes, because 30 seconds have passed since I ran that initially. Great, okay, this might work. And First Fear, thank you for following. Okay, great. So now I'm hopeful that this actually works. So the thing is that I'm gonna define this function, okay? I'm just gonna define it, shove it into that thing. It exists in the database now, right? But here, temporarily, I'm gonna modify it to be 3 days, okay? Because what I want to point out is that if we're gonna go to Explorer, we have posts, large number of posts, because we generated, 2,000 posts for fun initially, and they were all deleted, and what was a fifth? So that would be 8 days ago. So let's say that we're gonna make it 30 days, right? I'm gonna run it and let's see what happens. So yeah, we've got 30 days. And what we're gonna do now is just call it. Okay? I'm just gonna call it. Return whatever this is. Run. I guess return nothing. We go to Explorer. Series, still here. Posts, they're all still here. Okay? So what if I'm gonna go to 9 days? Okay. Series, still here. Topics, still here. Posts, still here. I'm gonna decrease it to 8 days, and it might be it. So run. It run, still running. Okay, it might be deleting. It might be finding those, and because it's deleting, it's searching for comments. I'm doing a million other things. Although that's very, very slow. Holy moly! What is taking so long? It's just 2,000 posts. I mean, it needs to go through all the relations, but all the tables are empty. Something tells me that SurrealKV is like extra slow right now. I need to find a way to test it with some other backend because this is like unacceptably long. It's still deleting. What the heck? I mean, here it shows a long thing, but here it's still thinking. So that's an old query. Okay, that performance is not great. Because what happens when we delete the post? When we delete a post, we just need to check for is about relations, for contains relations, authored, learned date, liked, in a future requires. We also need to update the post interactions. And we need to find all the comments. And for each comment, we need to delete liked and approve. So, you know, a lot is going on. With each change, we need to probably verify some other things. But at the same time, I have 2000 posts. None of them contains topics, is about, none of them contains. None of them is present in the post interactions. None of them has any of those relations or any comments. So that should have been a quick change. Okay, the query was not executed due to fault transaction. There was a problem with a data store transaction read conflict. Okay, something tells me this is the SurrealKV that's been, like, you know, is being tested right now. I'm gonna try to run it again, but something tells me it's gonna fail. We might need to just delete all the data and redo it. Yeah, just redo it. I mean, it will take just a few minutes, but still. Interesting. I did not expect that. It's 102, so I don't think we'll be doing that because I'll be finishing after this. I just really hope to be able to delete stuff. Huh. Yeah, if that fails, we're just gonna quickly switch. All right. I'm just gonna, in the meantime, container. Yeah, we can go here. And we're just gonna quickly log in. Okay, log in here. Never. And we're gonna go here and we should be able to edit some things here, right? Because right now we have the SurrealKV defined here. So let's look at the docs for SurrealDB installation and for running with Docker, right? Do we have those things? Authentication, command line tools with Docker, disk-based server, okay? We'll start a RocksDB database which persists on the system. So again, this shows the deprecated file that doesn't exist anymore. It just won't work. We need to find the CLI tool documentation. Nope. Where is it? Start command. And I recall that there was this thing that we can basically specify. Path. Okay. So we have RocksDB for RocksDB, FDB for FoundationDB, IndexedDB, in memory, SurrealKV, and TIKV. TIKV, all I know about it is the one that runs Kubernetes, so it's a distributed one, and that's all I know. IndexedDB sounds like in browser. So let's try RocksDB, because the SurrealKV just, it doesn't run as fast as I would hope to. It's just like extremely slow. See? Transaction conflict. So the thing is that I don't have any interesting data here. Literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go and just straight up let's go here. We're gonna go to the stack, and stop it, okay? Just like that. Then in the meantime, I'm gonna go to that server, which I'll go off screen because of somewhat sensitive data, possibly. Let's say because of its possibility. Okay. I just want to quickly delete the folder in which all the data exists. So here the stack finished, right? What was it that we were copying? RocksDB. Copy. And we're gonna stay here, okay? Just like that. So I'm gonna go here and come on. Number of volumes streaming. SurrealDB. Okay. And we have the whole streaming surreal. Okay. So I can just straight up delete that part. Delete. Okay. I am sure. Okay. So we just deploy that way. And because it's a new database, we need to also specify the same user and password. Without that, it will be a rather bad time. Error in the YAML syntax. How so? Oh. Wait a moment. Oh, I see. I just need to delete those. No, just this one. Okay. Now it makes more sense. So update the stack. Just download everything, redeploy. Let's start from blank slate. Okay. Wow. Okay, that was fast. Let's see what the logs are saying. Started credentials were provided. No user. Okay. Users created. Start a web server. Okay. Looks like it all started. So we can go here. Wait. Application Explorer. Select namespace. Oh, and there's no namespace yet. So we need to create one, which will be, what do we use? I don't even remember. So we can just check here because I have stuff hard coded for the sake of this stream, for now at least. Here, namespace dev database xconti tech dev create a namespace select database. There we go. So we got that, right? We're starting from scratch. So now will be the boring part where I just go and grab all this stuff. Okay. One by one. At least we're going to verify that everything works. So I need to do all that stuff with the public key again. So let me just find that quickly off screen. And do we want to create a user table first? I don't think we need to for this specific thing. Oh, I think I need a different browser for that. Okay. Okay, wrong browser. Happens. Sorry about that, guys. I hope I didn't have to do that today, but well, not every time everything works out. Okay, development, and should be able to get it somewhere, right? Da, 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 da. We have configure, and then we have API keys, and we want the JWT public key. Okay, so this is public key. That's why it's safe to have it here. Straight in all the way into public. Okay, so we run this query. So we should have the authentication method specified. Great. So I can get rid of that part. And now we just go over the other stuff. So let's start with a user, okay? We'll just make sure the user exists. Bam. No problems here. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller for the time that I'm running all those queries. Approved. No problems. Authored. No problems. Comment. No problems. Contains. Right. Function Astro sync. Beautiful. Run it. Good. Now we're dealing with microseconds instead of milliseconds, so that's hopeful. Okay. We haven't done much with learned on anything yet, so that's interesting. Liked and posted interactions. That should start to try to build the thing. Great. And although I don't know, great, because if we're gonna go to post interactions, yeah, it doesn't have records yet. We'll see about that, because sending tests when we just created post interactions, which is view table that depends on the post, which didn't exist at the moment of creating it. So that's interesting. Let's just finish creating the relations and topic. We already have the user, so that's good. And our test data, we're not touching that because this will just create chaos. We don't need to run, no, or maybe. Yeah, let's run it. Let's see what happens. 2000 records, right? The record post 1 does not exist. Okay. Oh, because I was creating just random comments. That's all it is. So yeah, we don't need that part. I mean, that ran pretty fast. That created some stuff here. So let's see, explore. Posts. No posts. It didn't create posts for us. Test users, test posts. Users, please. We have 5 users. Posts, none. Why? That's probably the whole into post thing. Test likes. Sure. Let's try to run it from here again. Surprising. Okay. None for the field last update ID. Oh, right. That's the ID, which we didn't specify in something more important. 1, 2, 3, and this is a 4th query. One, two, three, 4th query. Record post 1. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I did. Sorry. I did it here. 1, 2, 3, and this is 4. Post, post, and it complains that last update ID was none. Okay, we'll ignore that. It shouldn't really matter, right? We have our test users, which is good. And they all have their author ID empty, which is great. So, yeah, this should somewhat work. The only thing is that we don't have our user yet, and we won't be able to probably do things yet without the main users, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So, okay, that's that. We did go through everything. I'm just gonna go through post interactions again, just in case. So first we're gonna do remove table post interactions, and then we're gonna create a new one. There we go. Okay, just to make sure it's gonna be fine. Okay, so now the big thing is that we need that extra user for Astro. Okay, where is Astro? So when you username this with that password. So I'm gonna go easy and this thing go away. We're just gonna go to authentication. We're already dev xcondy tech, and we're just gonna create database user, which is supposed to be Astro Tech. And wait, this Astro Builder. And this will be its password, and it'll be an editor, not an owner. Wait, both? Multiple roles? Just editor, please. Okay, that's an editor. Great. So that should allow Astro to log in, right? So if that's the case, I should be able to just start it up and it should connect up again. Okay, and now it's unhappy. Connected, found published at for field last updated with record this, but expected a date time. What? Okay, we're getting interesting problems. So failed to found published at for field last updated with record post, but expected a date time. Designer post. Where's our post? Last updated has date time, right? So failed to update found published at for field last updated with record this. With record. What the hell? So the thing is, doesn't exist right now, right? We're gonna go to posts. They're empty. So that's kind of the thing. So if we're gonna search for this thing, that's just this, right? Update time is just a date like any other one. So how are we sending it? 387 will be probably the first one, right? 387, that's the first one. And the published on is nothing, published at, and we have the date. Okay, so that's fine. We're setting it correctly here, published at. How are we setting it in here? I'm just surprised that suddenly we have different errors. So Astro sync, validate posts and all this stuff, and we basically get to the post published at, post published at. What? But the error is not just about published at. The error is also saying that the found published at for field last updated. Huh? Oh, wait a moment. Last updated. Our post has the field last updated, right? Last updated. And default is published at. Where's published at? Here. So the thing is that they're evaluated in a specific order. Oh. I see. So they're updated in a specific order, an alphabetical order. So this tries to get updated first, but there's nothing. Okay. I wonder why we didn't encounter the problem earlier. I'll research how to figure that out, but for now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna straight up let's update it. Right? Last updated. Last updated. Yeah. Published at least for now, because the thing is that wait, published on? I have what? What am I setting here? This looks weird. Where did that come from? Wait, published on. Published on is supposed to be a set of strings. What? Oh, because I have published on. Okay, I see. So this and that will be the same. I'll set it explicitly and everything else. Because the thing is that notice that our post also has possible ways to hold things like updates, which is when what update happened, you know, like a date and description. And this way we'll be able to keep updating, or maybe potentially make it the last updated as some kind of something that recalculates. And that could help. So let's just keep this last updated for now hard-coded. And let's push into our database and see what happens, okay? Just update that query. And I'm gonna try to run it again, although I know that it's gonna freak out. But I want it to freak out when we get to authors. Okay, there we go. An error occurred, invalid author ID. Couldn't find, you know, my username because it doesn't exist yet. So that's the thing. We can't start the thing without running it first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run it without the cache. So it's not gonna try to send the data. And this should give me already a chance to just open up the website. Hopefully home, right? Go home. And there's just no posts, nothing. So how am I here? Log out, log back in. I want to make sure that my account gets created. Okay, so I go to SurrealDB now, Explorer, user, refresh. No, nothing got created. What? Why? It's supposed to get, create the user. What? Oh, maybe I need to log in, right? Because we're not really logging in yet. Return hello. Right, we're gonna log in and run that. Did it run? Show some errors here. Failed to fetch this, but we got hello back. Okay, so we connected database, so now we should be created, right? Refresh. Okay, there's the user. Let's see if I can specify the author ID in here. Save changes. Nope, it doesn't let me. Very strange. Update. What was the ID? Let's copy it. Set author ID. Run it. Okay, that's good. So now when I go to here, I can just run normally and it should succeed and upload everything. Hey, that was fast. It says synced content. Explorer posts. There we go. We've got our posts. Post interactions are here. Series and everything. User, posts, and comment, nothing else. But yeah, authored are here, contains are here, is about, learned, liked, requires, all is in here. Good. So we got our data back. Let me just check one thing. What's going on here again? So I just wanted to check that I would really want to generate those 2000 random posts. But I recall that it failed, and I remember it worked for us at some point. So I want to look at last 30 comments. Can I look at that way, or can I just specify the version I want to look at? I could probably just do here, right? We have the pull request from where is it? Test data here. So we have before and after, and I can copy from here. Okay, so I'm gonna just straight up use whatever I had before. For authors, I'm just gonna have them define here. So I'm just gonna do it this way. We have our authors, right? And then I'm gonna generate the posts for all of them. I'm just gonna do that. Generate test likes. And some comments. And I'm not dealing with that. No, that's it. Just that. Okay. I want those comments, those posts and likes to be specified there. All right. So let's do run query. Oh, there was a problem with the database. Unexpected token. Random enum. Oh, I need parentheses or something, right? Yeah, because that is being very iffy around those. I recall. All right. Anything else like that? Where we have arrows. We have arrows here. Wrong query. Huh. So this one ran through. This one ran through. But this one did not. So weird. Last update with record ID. I see. So this is where we can look at the modern version. Where is it? Test data. We have latest update that we can just plop in here. Come on. So many things. We create 1,000 data. Great. So that's done, and we're gonna do last update ID. Okay. That should be enough to run it. No, there was a problem with the database. Parser expected token. Last update ID. Oh, duh. Publish ad for field last updated. Oh, okay. So this is the same thing. Last updated. I'm just gonna run it first. Great. One more time. And test user 5 does not exist. Interesting. Really? I thought I saw them. User. Oh, test 5, test 6. Where'd it go? Da, 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 da. Where's test user 5? Oh, I see. User 1 does not exist. What did I call them again? Oh, just test. Okay. So none for last update ID of record authored. Authored post ID set last update ID is last update ID. Wow. Oh, it's the record can't like something that doesn't exist. Oh. And what are those posts? Did it create any? Post this and that and that. So in theory, it should have no problem, right? Because this is the last query. So we don't need to run this one. Okay. And author and authors, likes count, post to like. From this to that, we have post plus and a number. Okay, we got a number back. What the heck? Where'd that come from? I don't know where that came from. What? Like, well, at least we have some authored stuff, right? So now the thing is that we have 2000 posts, okay? So now I wanted to mark all those old posts as deleted at some time before. So let's say I'll mark them as 31 days or something like that. So I'm just gonna straight up mark them all, okay? So I'm gonna do query post, wait, update, post, set, deleted at is date, time now, minus 30 days, okay? And just run it. Okay, all of them updated and we already sent. Okay, this is way faster than the SurrealKV. That is for sure. Okay, so if that's going on correctly, I go to posts and all of them are properly marked for deletion. And that's a month ago, okay? So I should be able to simply go and say function. What was the thing? The name of it. Purge deleted. Okay. I don't think it's gonna have any return type in the first place, but it's set to 30 by default, so we just run. Does not exist. I did not create it. Oh, really? Maybe that's the one I omitted for some reason. So we just run this, and now it ran. That was faster. Refresh, and there are no posts. But things like topics, they stay, and other things stay. Great. Okay, I'm happy about that. So the only thing now is that, from time to time, that purge would need to be run to just delete the stuff that's old. That's 30 days old. And I just have it set here. I just update the function with something more appropriate. I could split it to, topics, wait maybe longer, for posts maybe long shorter, or who the hell knows. But that's it. That's all it takes to just update the stuff. So let's just upload this, and this will be fix post creation, and this one here will be implement purging posts, purging data, whatever, purging deleted records. Okay, just like that. And because we can just connect to the database from somewhere easily, we can set up some kind of cron that will just, send an HTTP request to just delete data or something. So from that point, it's really easy. I don't have this database exposed to any internet outside, so I won't be trying that. But when we deploy to actual production, then I for sure will share how I'll just gonna go to Valtown and just make a little thing that will show that the database from time to time, and that's it. But other than that, I can just make sure to close this off, run again, to make sure that all the posts are there. So they should be already there. It's way faster now, posts. There we go. They're all back here. Post interactions, all back here. So from that perspective, it's awesome. Now it actually works fast. And I should be able to go here. And now we got all the stuff here that's supposed to be here. All right. Yeah, can go here. And after it reloads the page, we're good. Go to here, and to be honest, these are actually the new tags, so they actually work, so I'm glad. That we're not loading in front of the database just to display, although we will be loading, I'll be adding an author here, and the author's name will be loaded from the database, possibly. I'll probably add an extra field like display name, just so the author can have some kind of real display name that will be displayed here. And that's the one thing I'll be actually loading for the database rather than, the other way around. So yeah, I think we accomplished what I wanted for today. So let's think of the next steps. Because now that we have everything here done, the thing will be to actually, like I mentioned, I want to display the authors of the posts. So there will be, there won't be a lot of code for that. So I might be just doing it behind the scenes and just update you next time. I don't know. I'll need to think about it. And then there will be this whole thing of how to do comments. I have one extra thing, which is requires, where post can require some other post. But that's literally nothing else other than, passing yet another list of data, making sure those relations are created, and maintaining those, deleting them when they are not necessary anymore, and then displaying on a page. So I'd say this might be an actually ended project. So we might move to next project next time, or maybe I'll just give you an update on how the work is going in actually implementing it, because it will take some work. So I don't know yet if we're gonna do it on the stream or I'll be doing purely off stream. I don't know. We'll see. All right. For what we know for now is that tomorrow there will be live stream. Kind of about SurrealDB, but we'll continue with our SurrealDB driver for the NIM language. So we're gonna continue with that, see how that goes. And on Monday, we'll continue with the Long Climb, the game that I'm slowly making. We did the interaction stuff. Now we'll be focusing on user interface and basically inventory, managing items and all that stuff. It's going to be really difficult for me to implement that because UI in Unreal is a little bit unwieldy at first. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Other than that, thank you everyone for watching. It was fun today. And if you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And I also invite you to my Discord, where you can ask questions, share your stuff, become part of my teeny tiny community. Again, thank you for watching and take care of everyone. All right. See you guys.